don't wanna cry. Wanna cry.
have to fall back. The XA uses Trans Am on the offensive side, but unfortunately he will fall to Nico, in which popped his own Trans Am, gets 2, and now the offensive side with 25 seconds left. It's looking pretty scary for them on Harbor.
You have to put yourself into potentially being sniped out when you go for the repairs. You can see them start to just try and move forward. Mafty 94% to the ultimate. The Dreams comes in with the crash, and it's absolutely wrecking his opponents.
The defense side, but Kyler trades back X-Ray once more. On the other side, Red has got X-Ray again. He's killed them 3 times, but the Resurrect has been there every single time. And now the Barbados is in on his face. Illusion goes down to Dreams, and the offense is thwarted here. Kyler gets the Resurrect onto Glitch as well.
It's the mix, and there's no ultimate on the side of Borg. They're done for.
Yeah. And meanwhile, they have to run down. Oh my god, this Pale Rider ultimate on the other side. He's just shredding everybody on the defense, or on the offense rather. 1 second left, extra overtime goes down. Alrenet comes through onto X-Ray. The time is ticking down. It's just him on this point. It doesn't look like he's going to do anything here.
Hit those melees.
Yeah, he's going to have to go hard right now, but Cocky got 2. X-Ray with a huge rocket with the 2K, and they can actually get the capture point off of this as well, as they just need to hit a couple more shots. They get a full team wipe. The X is back, gets the stun, but it's just going to... This has used his boost, what I'd assume to be is the Zaku ranged, and it's just Glitch on this point with that ultimate, but no! Dream with a huge ultimate stops the Sazabi in its tracks, and nobody else aboard Gundam can actually delay this point. They
Hacking team to be able to get on top of them sooner.
Sniper vs Sniper in the main of the objective here. Payan does get Stolly. Carl Sagan gets Kyler, but the headshot comes through into Legacy. Nice shots from Dream. Does take him down, but the 8 point is now under contest. And Dream hits those shots. Once more, he gets Slick. So that's 2 down. But is that enough to really hold this point? Has to jump pad over the top side.
Does go down to the methods of Coos. As we can see, Dreams on that Ashmore just trying to go in super deep to be able to buy themselves the space to go for that plan on towards B. They've been able to get it, but it is going to be Nico with the G maneuver. The Hades coming through from the Pale Rider. Brute force through this funnel choke. They're going to have nothing so when the faster respawns come through from the defense, so it can't be a full dump, and it's going to be so much committed.
It's Carl Sagan again. 3K before he goes down, traded out in the back line, but what a huge ultimate from the Zaku 2 melee of Team Vacuums.
Team gets stunned through, and it is now going to be just absolute...
Carl Sagan! Carl Sagan!
Carl Sagan coming in with the absolute clutch Zaku 2 melee G maneuver.
LANFest is community. LANFest builds and supports gaming communities to support charity. We have more than 25,000 attendees and 400 volunteers across 18 chapters that span 3 countries. LANFest is charity. Charity is at the core of what LANFest is. We've raised more than $1 million for charities nationwide. We support food banks, veterans, animals, hospitals, and so much more. LANFest is gaming. Come join LANFest.
Welcome everyone to Breakout Series Event number 2, hosted by Gundam Evolution well, not these words. Gundam Evolution new type leak. It's okay. It's okay. We're getting warmed up. We're getting in this. Hi, my name's Cameron Davis, and I'm joined by Wonder Chef. We're going to be here this whole weekend, following all of the action, and we are already on the docket for the next upcoming match. So we have a quick little bit of housekeeping we want to take care of. Let's immediately go straight on into it and look at the current standings of these qualifiers for the 20K event coming up in the next.
Most of these teams placing first, of course, in our previous event. Most of these teams will be present, at least in some capacity. Tekka Dynasty, unfortunately, in second, is not back in their full capacity. However, a lot of the players will be very familiar to you. You can also see, of course, the maps on the left side. We had a whole lot of Quarry last time, a whole lot of Harbor City, a real big flip from the previous maps that we saw in, I would say, the first season of Gundam Evolution. So I'm really excited to see if we're going to have some of the same picks, a lot of the same bans, a lot of Flak Fort bans is a very strange thing, but we will see. We can actually see which teams are going to be playing today. Like I said, there are going to be a ton of the same teams in the bracket that we had in the previous event, but most of them are back, yeah.
Yeah, so this is admittedly not fully updated at the moment. I believe Mafty is about to play against Last Second. We have, and then IQ is going to be going up against Iron-Blooded Orangutan. Skill Issue still need to see who they're going to face between Portland Burnsiders and DCG. That match is still going on. It should be wrapping up shortly, but we are going to be looking at the second match there on the top left side for the first one that we're approaching. Sotoras Esports versus Portland Deathsiders in the first quarterfinal that we'll be watching today. But yeah, it's a double elimination bracket over the course of 2 days. We're not going to be seeing every single match, unfortunately. There's just not enough time for that. It's just going to be, we're going to try and hit at least one match from every single section of this bracket. But yeah, Sotoras versus Portland Deathsiders. Is there anything important about either, Chef, that we are going to want to have our eyes going into this matchup?
Yeah, so the Portland, people are familiar with the Portland Burnsiders, of course. That is a team that's been entering a lot of these tournaments. Portland Deathsiders is actually a team from the previous tournament that were named Space Noid Supremacists. I believe they got 7th in the previous tournament, but they have now joined the ranks of the Portland Burnsiders, I believe as their second team, or as like a kind of like a brother team or something like that. It's really hard. I don't know exactly the situation. I would love to know, but they're taking on the name, and we do get a chance to see them today, which is great, because unfortunately in the previous tournament we didn't get a chance to see them on broadcast. They did pretty well, but unfortunately they just managed to dodge every single broadcast match. Same thing with Sotoras. Somehow both of these teams were in the previous tournament and we didn't see either of them play on broadcast, so I'm very excited for that.
Yeah, Deathsiders, and looking at the previous match of the previous event, they did lose to Mafty, did nothing wrong, which as the winners of the previous tournament, no harm there. And then for Sotoras, they lost to Tekka Dynasty, which again, second place at the previous tournament. You can't really knock them too much for that, right? So we're going to see how they're going to fare this time around. And Gundam Evolution is still a fairly young game in the stretch of things. So a lot of these teams are still figuring things out, still rotating. I mean, Lord, rotating players all the time as well. That's something that we're all familiar with in the early days of any esport, right? But so every single time, even though the last event wasn't that long ago in the grand scheme of things, as far as we know, one of these teams has like, unlocked like the trick to fully leveling up and maybe even taking over. Because even though teams like Mafty and while Tekka aren't here in the full capacity configuration here, they're the favorites. They might not win this round, so you got to keep your eye on every single team coming through. But here are the maps that we will be seeing in this matchup.
Ooh, yeah, look at this. The new map band graphic. I like it. So we are going to see Flak Fort band. We are going to see, actually, I mean, this is just all of them in here together. This is so quick. We can actually just not even talk about the bands. We can talk about the fact that we are going to see Quarry again first. And that is, like I mentioned, it's been over the previous event, the most common starter and the most commonly picked map.
Yeah, and then after that, that's Harbor City. And then the final one... Man,
it's gonna be.
I should have familiarized myself. I should have familiarized myself with these little images, these little snapshots here.
No, trust me. All of the, a lot of the names in this game on the maps are very, very similar. And as much as I play this game, it's hundreds of hours and have casted this game for so many hours, I still get the names mixed up. They're so confusing. Some of them are really confusing. But that's gonna be Mountain R&D. That's gonna be the domination map as a decider. It's a pretty chaotic map, as most domination maps are, of course. But we really do like to see the deciders being the domination maps because that means that there's much less of a chance of a tie.
Yeah, well, this also means that we're going to be getting one map of every single game mode here, starting off with Destruction, going into point capture, and then ending with Domination as the final in this best of 3. So that's going to be very, very exciting. I don't know if that was particularly planned by any of these squads to try and hit every single game mode. I don't know. I think a lot of the time people just do go to their comfort picks, right? That is one of the most interesting thing about Gundam Evolution is that there are so many different game types that you can play within a single tournament set, or especially a single tournament. So I just love to see when we do get every single type. Of course, I'm still holding out some hope that we're going to see some colony trading posts today. We didn't get a chance to see it a single time, sadly, in the previous tournament. Oh, no, I'm sorry. We did see it one game. The teams at the end, they decided to pick it for funsies. So I'm really hoping that we're going to be seeing some colony trading posts, of course, the newest map that just came out in Gundam Evolution Season 2, and I'm hoping that we're going to see some new Gundam, because we haven't had a chance to see any of that. One person picked it for one life, and that was it in the previous tournament, but, there's a chance. Nope, I don't like this. Get this away. Give me back on the comfort picks. I mean, there's always going to be a bit of teething whenever there's a new map, a new unit introduced into the game, and the thing that you realize a lot with competitive players, whether you want to call them pro or not, depending on the current state of the ecosystem of the game in question, is that change is hard. Generally, competitive players don't like change because it means they have to completely relearn something. The status quo is different. And oftentimes, even if there's there's a map that is really, really strong if you know how to play it the right way, or a unit that's strong if you know how to play it the right way, there's always going to be a bit of hesitation historically of players.
The mission is about to begin.
What they're used to. But here we go into map number 1. Portland Deathsiders on attack.
Yep, up here at Quarry. Now
That's a lie. I assumed red was attack. Red was attack. That's
no, it's all good. It gets real easy in this game because they never change colors, and they never change colors, easy peasy. But yes, they will be on defense, of course, the Portland Deathsiders, and we are going to see no new Gundam, which is, of course, going to make me a little bit sad. I'm not sure if we're going to actually see Team Sotoras stick with this gun tank pick. That would be, of course, amazing. One of the suits that I want to see the most, but I'm going to assume that there's probably a chance we're going to see a switch. On the other side, we are going to be seeing the Barbados, which is kind of the main talking point suit from the previous event. We saw way more Barbados than usual, and it does look like the Barbados will be locked in, and we might actually get the gun tank. It's happening!
We do get the gun tank and on attack as well. I mean, listen, this is a huge choke point that the attackers have to push on through, and Max is going straight ahead with the rockets coming out, but instead it's going to be a lot of the force going to be swinging around on the side. You want to be able to unlock this second angle to break open this first point.
Yeah, nobody's going to be holding the high point here, which means that they're going to be pretty free to, pop over here, throw the flame grenade that's going to do a huge chunk of damage, but immediately getting downed, and they actually managed to finish it off before it got the res off. Usually you can land pretty safely, but not in that situation.
Yeah, really, really good hold. And again, talking about separate angles, you can see members of the defense on both sides, though most of them are going to be swinging on the left, of course, because that's where the main entrance is. But now the Zabi rockets coming in, absolutely huge damage coming out, and the attackers just cannot find a way to break into this first waypoint. This isn't even the control point. This is the waypoint to then eventually get to the control point. The splash damage from the rockets are going huge.
Oh, yeah, that is such a tough choke point to put yourself into. But here we go. We're going to see just a really kind of sneaky attempt to push right there, as we're going to see the Barbados jump over, take a few downs, but maybe not quite get enough. No, it does look like this with the aggressive gun tank. You love to see it.
Really good play to break through. It was actually the healing on I-Wave to be the unit that jumped through first to capture that waypoint. But the rest of the team followed up. And then just damage out from Max. You can see pushing those final few members into that hallway. And they capture the waypoint, and they'll be pushing forward and can finally start to contend. But, wait, what?
Ooh, a sneak cap from behind. I'm not sure exactly who it was, but that does mean they're going to be down one person for this fight. We might see the plant go off. They are in B. This is going to be a very, very difficult spot to defend once the mega charge is actually planted. However, it looks like they are going to be getting nearly a team wipe here, and of course picking up that Unicorn Gundam as well. And so it looks like this is going to be a reset all the way back to the original spawn, most likely. No, they did recapture the waypoint in the middle of that fight, so they just took a little bit of a trade here and there, just delaying the time. That's working really well for Portland Deathsiders.
Listen, that time delay could come up huge because we're still looking at it just over 2 minutes. And it looks like the defenders have regained control of this next choke point. This is such a choke point heavy map in a game that has a lot of choke points already. And so if they can just keep control of this area, we'll see if that can be a huge benefit to the Deathsiders as they continue to defend this. There hasn't been a single bomb plant just yet.
Yeah, they're continuing to push for B. We have seen a few teams more and more go for A, and it does look like maybe this time the push will be for A, as they're going to be pushing that high ground on the Ashamar.
Ashamar versus Ashamar. It's not going to go in Kaio's favor. He does get taken out. I don't think it's going to be a possible revive C-dub. You can still see on the high ground taking dealing a lot of damage from that angle, and man, the attackers just cannot find the opportunities to come push on in. Max is trying to find something, but with the units that they have lost already, they're just going to fall back and wait for a regroup before they make a final send. Or not a final send, but rather the next send. There's a couple of G maneuvers at the ready on the defensive side. The attackers have used up so many of theirs, though. I don't know if it's going to be able to get traded and countered out.
Oh, that was an amazing G maneuver from the Barbados. Can get 2 kills with that. However, again, it just doesn't seem like they're able to follow up. Sotoras on the offense, they're just not able to find, even with just a huge amount of kills in any given situation, they're not able to find that final push, to find that space to actually get the plant, and they're getting held at a really forward position here. They can't even get in the doorway of the B hallway, which is not usually the spot you tend to see, but the Screaming Nib is coming out, and that could be the initial push that they need.
Oh, looking like it's working out. Melee is getting a lot of damage. 2 kills with that orbit, following up with some damage of their own, and that's a G maneuver ready for the Barbatos. And a lot of G maneuvers have been used by the defensive side, so this could be the opening needed. The bomb plant is going down. And there it is, a minute until the bomb goes up. Can the recapture happen? A lot of G maneuvers have been used across the board. There's only one available, and that's going to be for the attackers who are now defending this site.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough, especially just considering the team comp that Team Sotoras has. Having that Barbados, this is one of the tightest little corridors that you have on pretty much in the entire game. You can see it holding this defensive position. Anybody that rushes in there, anybody that tries to go for that bomb, immediately is going to get one shot. We might see it right here. Oh, actually just manages to get away from that, taken down regardless, though. And we are going to see the G maneuver activated from that Barbados, try to clear everybody out. There's about 1/3 time left here on the Mega Charge.
Was able to get a knock, but there's still a lot of trades. The problem is the time is ticking low, but it looks like the Deathsiders might have just reclaimed it. And that's the round over.
Just barely. Very, very nice re-clear. It looked like they just had such a great defensive position on offense once they planned that mega charge. And that's why we tend to see so many of those teams go for B, is that it is very, very hard to retake once the charge has been planted. But, honestly, I didn't even really see how everybody went down within that fight. It seemed like there were quite a few players maybe upstairs, the second floor level of B, and they all just fell kind of individually. And that might be a little bit of an issue currently for Team Sotoras, is that they haven't been all in exactly the same place. Is that a I'm assuming that's not correct. So I believe we still have Zaku 2 Melee in the competitive quarantine. Probably just has the character selected currently as they're picking. But you can see the stats here, and you get to see all the damage on the side of Portland Deathsiders.
Yeah, especially Garmazabi, C-dubbed, and Royal Fatman as well, coming out as the main DPS units. And of course, I mean, Royal Fatman's been playing a lot of that Pale Rider, even seeing a little bit of Zaku 2 ranged, at least on that graphic, but a lot of Pale Rider. You expect the DPS to come out from that unit, but it's the Garmazabi on the Dom Trooper with just all that splash damage in these choke points. That's not really too much of a shocker, but the sides have swapped. The Deathsiders are now the ones on attack. Can they do better? Can they do what they have stopped Sotoras Esports from completing, which was capping even that first point?
Yeah, luckily there was at least some sort of progress on the Mega Charge detonation, so they aren't going to be able to just plant it and then sit there for a few seconds. There will be at least one chance to kind of push back, get that defuse. But this is a really interesting comp coming out of Team Sotoras. They do have the Mahiru, not the most commonly used suit, and they have Gunting, an extremely uncommonly used suit. So overall, their comp is one of the most interesting, yet great Flame Grenade.
Yeah, good stall. I mean, it's not really a stall, but it is going to eat some time as they heal up. Maybe have to walk back into spawn for that, but Kyer just continue to land these shots. Flame Grenade right back at the ready once again. Orbit is there, lying in wait, waiting, hoping, just salivating for someone to drop down right into his lap. It looks like the attacker's going to go from the right side. He's still going to get up in the thick of action. Look like he got at least a few stuns with his long sword there, but Garmazabi swinging on in. Again, uses this Dom Trooper to huge effect right now, and this is significantly faster of a push than what we saw from the opposite, from the first half, but it doesn't look like they've been able to take the waypoint just yet.
Yeah, not quite. There's still at least one up. We see the gun tank with that incredibly fast revive time, going to be able to pick up a teammate, and so they're still going to be able to fight for this. However, they are outnumbered. The run back's going to be pretty large. I think they're going to have to kind of regroup back at one of the points. Doesn't seem like this relay is going to be possible for them. It looks like it's going to end up being B.
Immediately into this next hallway on the right side, you can see C-Dub there pushing forward the team, and at the head of him, they want to get a plant, maybe potentially on the upper site, or at least rather taking over. They're getting all the kills though. They're clearing the defenders out, and it is going to be a low site plant, it looks like, wherever they commit to.
Yeah, this should get off. The Mahiru is, lobbing some really interesting angles right there. It wasn't enough to stop the plant, but it's something that we could look at as far as retaking. However, this is going to be very, very difficult. They have not that much time. You can see it just needs to get to the little yellow tick on the B. Oh, not going to quite get any damage there, but wow, getting the health pack, just barely saving Kelicho. And they are going to be able to get a few picks, which is going to be a really tough situation for Sotoras. They maybe don't even have enough time to regroup and get one more push.
It's got to be hard. They're pushing the defenders all the way back into their spawn. They're not giving an opportunity at all. The Flame Grenade does go out. Puppets does take the Super Napalm out of the game, so that's a really good use, because that would have been a huge space clearing ability, but still the time is getting low. I don't even know if there's any time at all to get there, to get the defuse, and of course it's going to be a Barbatos lying in wait.
That might be enough to close it out, and it will, with game one going to the Portland Deathsiders, changing their name and showing up strong this time around. That was a really great usage, of course, of holding that G maneuver. And you know, I learned how to say the actual name of that G maneuver, and it is not the easiest thing in the world. So I'm not going to try it this time. I almost did. I almost went for it, but you know, we'll get it next time, y'all. But still, great showing from the Portland Deathsiders.
Yeah, really, really strong, and it just goes to show, one, how you need to be able to break through that first waypoint really fast, which is not the easiest thing to do just because of those choke points, and it's that Dom Trooper. I'm really, really impressed by the Dom Trooper's ability on the Deathsiders to be able to, on the defense, control those chokes, deal all that splash damage, and on the offense, again, get that splash damage around all those choke points, doesn't let anyone hide at all.
Yeah, it's, I mean, such a key unit for so many different teams, but we'll see if there's any adaptation in the next game, though. But before we get to the next map in the set, we're going to go to a short little break as the players set up and get into their lobbies. So we'll see you right after this.
Can you feel that?
Welcome back, everyone. If you're just joining us, you missed map number 1 between Sotoras Esports and Portland Deathsiders. We do have to make a correction. It was Sotoras that won map number 1, not Deathsiders. The overlay was flipped, so apologies for that. Sotoras are up 1-0 in this series, but it's still a best of 3. There's more than enough time for the Deathsiders to come on back into this series.
Yeah, of course it would happen on the one match that we had today that I was so excited because I'm like, oh, we haven't seen these teams on broadcast before. So it's the first time we get to see them. So the names were not in my head at all. Of course it's going to happen that way. But I mean, so far we've seen a great showing now from Sotoras. So Portland Deathsiders, they have had some really unique teams. Now, I have to flip it all around in my head, which is really cool to see. But we're going to be moving, of course, for the second game onto a different, too different of a map, right? We're going to be moving now to a point capture map, which is, I guess the map itself is pretty different, but overall the game type, of course, not that different.
Kind of, but now that I'm thinking about it, this call me out if I'm wrong on this one.
Yeah.
But looking at the Quarry and then Harbor City, they both feature very, very long choke point hallways. But then I guess it's only that was one key point of Harbor City, and it's like a really hot womb, if you know what I mean. It opens up and then gets thin and opens up again. That was really bad. That was a bad joke. I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh. Harbor City is Harbor City is like a literal hourglass, right?
Yeah.
Like you talk about, it's literally like the most open space of the entire game into one of the smallest choke points of the entire game into another wide open space. So it is, of course, one of the most unique maps, and it's one that we saw banned out a ton early on in the game's life. But I think teams learned how to fight on it better, and it's given us some of the most hype moments of basically every single tournament, from all the way back even to Halloween Havoc. We had Team Powerpuff Girls just make an amazing play to win with 0 seconds left. And then even in the previous tournament, we had some of the best moments easily of all time. So hopefully we can get the players in the lobby soon, because I'm very excited to watch this map always.
Yeah, and I think compared to the previous match where there was a lot of Ashtamar with the verticality that you saw, especially from Sotoras Esports, playing that very, very well, but as well the Barbatos, incredibly impactful because of how consistent and persistent the choke points were in this map. Particularly when it comes to Sotoras Esports, I'm expecting to see a lot more to come out of One Trick Tony and Royal Fatman, who were the Gundam and Pale Rider respectively, which are the main DPS. And this is, I don't know if anyone's going to be switching on to the GM Sniper, but either way, this is the map that you really need your range DPS to come out huge. And there's a lot of option for them, especially in this first zone, all these things to play around and hide around. I mean, I'm a Pale Rider player myself, so this is a really, really fun map for me to play.
Right, and it does look like we're probably going to get the double GM Sniper here from both sides, which makes a lot of sense. It's what we tend to see, and at least as far as the first point on Harbor City. What's up?
You see that on Sotoras?
On Sotoras, we've got the new Gundam. You're right. That's very exciting. Hopefully they don't switch off. They still have a chance to switch off potentially. They are on offense,
Don't
but
bait us.
I know, don't do it. They've done it. The teams have done it before, but you know, New Gundam can be really strong from a range. So this could be a really strong pick here. They already got not only Gym Sniper, but also Turn A Gundam, which is going to be basically that secondary sniper spot. So if you just go a bunch of far range suits, and including Exia, no drop off on Exia still. So they've got the 3 basically no drop off suits. That could be really cool.
Yeah, and it's actually going to be a okay. Keicho's swapping.
Womp womp.
Tank. I gotta do. Okay, that's fine. That's
okay,
fine.
listen. Gun Tank is even rarer than New Gundam.
Hey!
I'm
New Gundam. They're back.
I'm good with either of these, you know. I'm just gonna say Keicho is gonna be one of my favorite players, just playing all the suits I want to see. But here we go. We're gonna see a pretty heavy forward hold on the side of Portland Deathsiders, as we tend to see this little corner is the first choke point. We'll see if they can break through. The first picks from the first Gym Sniper shots will probably decide who will get that huge advantage here.
Oh! Okay, some good damage with the Sazabi, the tank out front, but then there's going to be attention played towards the defending sniper. Mali is going to fall off of that high ground. There's a very, very vulnerable position that they found themselves in, but the initial damage, the initial kills are going the way of the Deathsiders. And Melee, of course, is going to be a huge part of that on the back line, still holding the attackers there back in the choke. They haven't been able to make much headroom just yet.
Yeah, this is still just no picks. I mean, this is a long time for nobody's going to pick when both sides have 2 snipers. There we go. We're actually going to see the pick from the New Gundam immediately. Oh, we got the pickup, but this could start the offense that we need to see from Sotoras to push in. It does look like we're going to see the Portland Deathsiders get a little bit split up. They're going to be moving back to the site, but 3 players down. It looks like this could be an A take on the side of Team Sotoras.
Yeah, it was a bit of a wait here, but then suddenly everything exploded. Sotoras are pushing on in. They're even forcing the Methus back, and it is going to be Keicho there with the final elimination alongside the Gundam Exia. It's going to be a lot of charge up on this point, and I think it's going to be a full capture. There's really no way for Deathsiders to come back at this time. They all died in such the same instance that they'd be flooding back one by one.
Yeah, they're very smart to not like overcommit to trying to retake that or stop the take, just because you can get split up, and this choke is more important than holding A. We've seen almost every single team in any of these tournaments take that A point. It's inevitable, but so many teams have fallen at this particular choke.
Yeah, this is really where the game begins. A nice pick from Royal Fat Man, and the team is pushing on in. But they can't find any more, but he's still going for more and more damage. A G maneuver is available. It's going to give all the information. Koi overs here on the high ground as well with the Gundam Exia. Again, the fall off there is none for this unit, but he's taking a lot of damage, forced to fall away. They're getting close to the site though.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be 2 players down on the side of Portland Deathsiders. 3 players down. This is going to be a really tough spot. Offense is going to control this entire high ground. If they can get anybody up on the high ground, the second level here, they could really just control everything. We're going to see the New Gundam G maneuver come into play. That huge shield can make the pushes so strong, especially on this map. I love that we're seeing it for this particular spot. They're already almost there. Final push here from the side of Portland Deathsiders. Looks like it may go down, but here we go. Screaming Nimbus has a chance.
Screaming Nimbus is going to be opening something up with so many units on the defending side deleted already. They're going to have to buy enough time for people to come back, but a great punch to follow up on that. That is 3 units taken down from a single G maneuver. I-Wave does go down in a blaze of glory into the waters below, but they're still holding on just a sliver of that progress bar remaining. And with 3 minutes, it's going to be a very hard task for Portland Deathsiders to continue to control this point, but it's something. It's a lifeline.
Oh my gosh, unfortunate to see anybody go into the soup on there, but yeah, that is going to be tough for them to fully hold this. They move forward. Okay, this is going to be a huge delay at least. We're going to see 2 suits, 3, 4 suits, 5 suits taken down. Oh my gosh, and going for the final. That is going to be nearly a full team wipe, almost better than a full team wipe. There is a chance now to get at least the stagger on whoever's remaining here, but that is going to be gigantic. We've seen that turn A butterfly G maneuver work so well on this map.
Yeah, absolutely huge, because there was no immediate threat for taking over the final zone, but they were able to put their own positioning even more forward onto that balcony position and forcing Sotoras Esports back on that initial choke that we just talked about previously. But Zombie wants to push forward on that Sazabi, and Koi Overs here is back on that balcony position, charging up the stun, pushing forward, not going to find anything, but it is going to be 2 knocks with a return moonbeam from the attack. This could be the opening once again. C-Dub almost taken out, doesn't get the flip necessary to try and stay alive, but the recover is there. It doesn't matter, that still gave the space necessary, and Sotoras finds the completion on round number 1.
Very nice. Yeah, I mean, that was great to be able to use, of course, the turn A G maneuver defensively to take out basically the entire team. But all it did was it stopped them from pushing that particular time, right? They didn't split them up too much. It only delayed it by another, 45 seconds, which obviously is great. But being able to use it on the offense here in this particular point means that you have the chance to take that high ground for yourself, to get onto the point. The run back is actually, despite the fact that it's close, you kind of choke point yourself on the offensive side, and you can see the damage here just so heavily ahead on it's heavily ahead on the turn A from Puppet's Animosity, but Royal Fat Man's Jim Sniper has a ton of damage. Same thing with Keicho's new Gundam, which I gotta say works great.
Yeah, and listen, new Gundam, the kit from my perspective seems very, very simplistic. You have your rifle and you get some damage with the funnels. Nothing too complicated about that. It's the ultimate, I think, that we saw on that initial push that got them so far into almost capping point B that makes this unit so useful on this map and might be the reason why they were picked.
Yeah, I totally agree. If you can coordinate with your team and push using that shield, whether you're, in the shield or behind the shield, it's just so hard to deal with, especially when there's no, like, for example, Barbados on the other side. Of course, Barbados can just walk in and just kind of slap the new Gundam and just say, stop it, get out of here. But just against this particular comp where you're going to see a lot more ranged options, I would say, just because of the map, I felt like it's so perfect, especially, like you said, for that choke point. But here we go. We are going to see mostly the same comps overall.
Is that actually a gun tank? Is that actually a gun tank on the attack? Okay, I mean, we talked about the long-range engagements on this map. The gun tank isn't necessarily the best unit for that, but we'll see if they can't make it work. One Trick Tony immediately, however, finding the first knock of the match. They're going to push over and try and get that revive. And a little bit of space taken, but there was no cover across that street.
Yeah, that's going to be so hard if you get caught out right there. They've got to hold those angles. This street is just a death alleyway.
Hello? I-Wave is behind enemy lines, waiting for a push. Gets a nice knock in. Not too much damage, though, playing their life, trying to play around the healing pods. But that could give the opportunity for the rest of the attack to follow up on the distraction that they're making, but it doesn't seem to be working in their favor because Royal Fat Man is still there to get knock after knock after knock.
Oh, yeah, they are holding this choke point extremely well. And just to try to equal up to the time that was, I don't know, saved on Sotoras' side is going to be tough. But 2 players down now for Sotoras, One Trick Tony and Coil Overs. Both have been really key for this. And so we are going to see the first big offensive push. The gun tank will go down, but the gun tank's mostly for supplemental damage and getting those revives. So it looks like this could be a great opportunity here. The flank isn't going to work. We see a lot of misses, actually, but Keicho managing to stay alive, finally going down. This looks like this could be a take unless there's a really quick run back on the side of the defense.
We'll see if anyone's here to try and reclaim this. But as you said, point number 1, point A, it's all about eating time. It's not where the game is going to live or die.
Yeah, almost certainly.
It was a better defense from Sotoras than what we saw from Deathsiders. So we'll see if that clock ends up hurting Deathsiders in the end.
Yeah, so far they have been just a little bit ahead in most of these situations. This has definitely not been a blowout, but again, it's all about what your team's plan is to get past this choke point. We're not going to see the potential for that new Gundam G maneuver. We are going to see a lot of really different comps, again, coming out of the side of Portland Deathsiders. Let's see if any of them work out. We're going to see the rush in from both melees on both sides.
Ooh, Coilovers wants to go for some action. He gets a couple of knocks, a couple of kills, and he dies behind cover in order to get a revive as well. So really good movement spacing there, and it just keeps Deathsiders forced back, not given an opportunity to really push forward. There's some damage traded, but they're not able to really break open that opportunity just yet. But the return is here, the respawns are here, and it's a reset for round number 2.
Yeah, but 2 suits down on the side of Sotoras. That means they are going to have to back up a little bit. They're not going to be able to hold the choke point. We do see on the side of Portland Deathsiders, they're going to be splitting up a little bit, taking both of these angles around that middle tower. And here we go. The first sneak around here is the Ashmore going to get the punch. Oh, nice. Gets a lot of damage. Going to get down on the new Gundam, but not going to be able to get anything more than that.
And you can see the gun tank is also reviving onto the back line, so at the very least they are keeping themselves recovered, the Deathsiders, and now they can push under. They have multiple G maneuvers as well. They have a Screaming Nimbus, one of the best G maneuvers in the game. And it looks like they're going to be taking the site. They're getting up to 50% right now, but the respawns you're going to see in the backline, they are coming in. Oh, and a good fall away by the gun tank for their own G maneuver. Oh, can't reach!
No,
they can't reach!
Oh, what a heartbreaker. What a heartbreaker. They're still winning the fight, but just got caught on the side of the bridge. We're going to see Coilovers take someone down. Royal Fat Man as well on that Zaku 2 range. Going to be doing so much damage. Gun Tank, you're going to go down one way or another, whether it's into the ocean. Oh, just looking down. Get out of here. Get out of here. And that is going to be a lot of players, again, down now on the side of the Portland Deathsiders. That's a little bit of BM. Like, hey, where'd you go, Gun Tank? We were fighting.
Oh, man. Just that single miss G maneuver from the Gun Tank. And now it's going to be a follow-up G maneuver on the defending side to push the attack even further back. But Screaming Nimbus at the ready. You can see them trying to use it. Puppets using the Moonbeam G maneuver of their own. And now it's the Barbatos coming on in. C-Dub there with the invulnerability from the grab. We're able to get out of the danger zone. And this is a little bit of forward progress being made. But at what cost? It's really not a lot. You can see the Ashimar has to fall away. Cannot full commit to the fight just yet. And we still have just over a minute and a half remaining on this attack.
Yeah, this Screaming Nimbus is going to be huge, and actually it's popped right now. Oh, almost knocked 2 players into the little pit right there, but actually just missing everybody. There was only maybe 2 hits with that Screaming Nimbus. It's not the effect that you want. Luckily, they were able to push behind. However, Portland Deathsiders are going to be able to take down 2 players at the same time. Invincibility won't save you from the ocean.
Oh, man, yeah, you can't smoke screen away from that. Koyover's here trying to get some damage there, and he's able to get a knock onto Kaio. Should be able to be a clean confirm as well, but the attack is finally on the point. They need to try and cap this, but a minute left, and an opposing defensive Screaming Nimbus comes into play to disrupt everything. You'd see it be blue all in the kill feed, and now Garma Zombie there with the rocket launcher. And oh, can't even get the longsword stun, gets taken out from the sky. Less than a minute left. I thought this was going to be a cap, but they could barely get any extra points on it before the defense respond.
Yeah, this is their final push. They need to make something happen. The only G maneuver that they have is going to be the punch on the side of Kaio for the Ashimar. They might build up the Gun Tank, but that is not really the one that you want to use in a situation like this. They're going to have one opportunity to do it. Kaio will be sneaking around. He's got the punch. If he can get a bunch of people into the ocean here, at least getting... Okay, here we go. Oh, stop before the G maneuver is even usable. And that is almost the entire side of Portland Deathsiders going down. Only Orbit left up, and nobody in a position to push this. With 15 seconds left, this looks like this should be GG for the map and for the set.
Really, really good spot. I appreciate the attempt for the Ashimar to try and sneak around the back line, but good information and an amazing collapse by the defense to make sure that he wasn't going to be able to get anything from his position. We thought that the punch could have led to something, but it led to nothing as he was taken out in an instant. It's going to be a 2-1 victory of Sotoras Esports on this map, and it's going to be a 2-0 victory in this series.
Yeah, very strong play overall. I really love Portland Deathsiders' interesting comps. That is not, I mean, close to any of the comps that we're used to seeing. We're pretty, I want to say, like, I don't want to say like locked into a comp, but the base units that we're used to seeing, we see them on pretty much every team, not them. So I love their creativity. I love the fact that they're back with that creativity, and they played really well. They were this close. They were just one good push away, and that's the way that you love to see it to start off the day.
I mean, isn't that Gundam Evolution in a nutshell? You're one good push away from winning the game. Those pushes, you have a limited number of team fights that you need to be successful on in order to win a lot of these matches. But yeah, that's going to be it for the first series that we're watching today. We're going to go to a break as we set up I believe we're going to be going to a winners semifinals match. But yeah, don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a short break.
I don't wanna cry. wanna cry.
LANFest is community. LANFest builds and supports gaming communities to support charity. We have more than 25,000 attendees and 400 volunteers across 18 chapters that span 3 countries. LANFest is charity. Charity is at the core of what LANFest is. We've raised more than $1 million for charities nationwide. We support food banks, veterans, animals, schools, hospitals, and so much more. LANFest is gaming. Come join LANFest.
Abort! Okay, yeah, it's on to us. Hi, welcome back. Yeah, sorry. Thank you for waiting patiently. We are going to be continuing on the upper side of the bracket right now as we have last event's champions, Mafty Did Nothing Wrong, versus the previous game's champions, Sotoras Esports. We're the map picks and bans are getting ready as we speak. But either way, I'm really excited, Chef, to see Mafty versus Sotoras, because versus Deathsiders, Sotoras looked really, really good.
They did, but almost last week now. It's every 2 weeks that we've got these events. Last fortnight, we saw Mafty, Team Mafty, just super dominant. And of course, for anybody who doesn't know, of course, Mafty is our previous champion, but also technically got second place at the previous Gundam Evolution Showdown, the official $20,000 event, to Team Toto 1010 fans, which I'm also a Toto 1010 fan. But two of the players, I believe, actually, from Toto 1010 fans are now on this version of Mafty, and that is going to be something different this time, specifically with Carl Sagan. It is a super team.
It's Carl Sagan.
Oh, yeah. Everybody loves that Carl Sagan gameplay. You hear it in all the trailers all the time.
Yeah, look, listen. Yeah, Mafty, they are the team to beat in this tournament. And so no matter how good Sotoras might have looked in the previous series that we just saw, this is going to be a completely different challenge. Mafty just won their winners quarterfinal match against Last Second 2-0. We don't have the stats on more than that, just the fact that it was a 2-0, but that shouldn't really surprise anyone. I think, honestly, if Sotoras can pick one map off Mafty in this series, they should be happy. It is a double elimination, so whoever loses is they're not out of the tournament just yet. We are in the winners bracket at the moment, so there's still another life. Picks and bans, and it's an entirely new set.
Yeah, we can actually see who banned what now, which is super cool. We can see that it's Team Mafty. I believe it might be the Omni logo technically, but the Team Mafty banning Quarry, and then Sotoras banning. I don't know if this is the exact order, of course, but we are going to see. Yeah, I'm going to actually try to figure out what the exact order is for the one next time. We'll just talk about what the actual maps picked are. We're going to start off with Thermal Plant, and then move on over to Mountain R&D. Oh my gosh, you see, I get the names mixed up constantly as well.
I think that's Underground, and we're going to have Mountain R&D as the third map, which was the third map in line the previous series. It didn't go that far. We'll see if we can get it there this time around.
Yeah, Underground Commencer. Yeah, I was thinking too far ahead. This is looking very, very similar as far as picks in general go. The big difference here is that we're, of course, going to be starting with a domination map. This is a whole lot of information to take in at once. We used to see the bans and picks live, but we're just making sure that the teams are, all ready to go here. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see the colony trading posts once again, but we should, at the very minimum, see 2 different maps.
Yeah, well, Thermal Plant up first. I do wonder how impactful a domination map being map number 1 can be, because unlike the other series, which like if you get blown out, you're blown out and it's like immediately over. And so as unfortunate as that can be, it's easier to reset from a quick loss than it is from a long extended loss. And I feel like domination can extend pretty far even if you're getting dominated.
Yes. This is I don't know. It's going to be a tough spot, though, playing up against Mafty. Now, Mafty is going to be our team on the left. They're going to be blue team. And on the right side, we are going to be seeing Sotoras. So Team Mafty is going to be, of course, not having Casino this time around, but they're going to have Enders on the Dom. There's actually a lot of switches that we're not even going to have time to talk about before this first fight.
Yeah, already there's action happening back and forth. A isn't even unlocked yet, but teams are vying for positioning. The Barbatos pushes forward, is able to get a trade and make it 5 versus 5 for now. The Sotoras Esports is going to get the teammate to return to the fight sooner, but just trades back and forth, and looks like Sotoras is actually having the advantage in the engagement right now, and they weren't able to take the site at first, tried to retake it, but it's still going to be taken away for Mafty.
Yeah, just being able to get that first grab is huge, because this has turned into a really extended brawl. Usually it's one team kind of destroying the other, taking it, and then trying to hold the high ground, but this has just been players flooding in one after the other. Arrow and Baranox both getting a down here, and that means that they're probably going to be, especially with that stagger here on Coilovers, that's going to be pretty much the full hold here. We might see Team Sotoras go for the just the next point, right, which is going to be C, all the way on the other side of the map. There's not a really clean route from A to C, but wow, there's just a brawl by their spawn.
Listen, Mafty are just trying to flex an ego push onto every single opportunity that they can see, making sure that Sotoras cannot stay alive for longer than 30 seconds per unit, it feels like. Already at close to 50%, and that was just the first point. That's how quickly they capped it and how strongly they held it. There's damage that's coming out, there's some trades that are coming out, but we have yet to... Okay, we see one G maneuver available for Sotoras on Royal Fatman.
Yeah, but one of the least impact G maneuvers, of course, since they're super grouped, it can be pretty high impact, but overall, you're probably not going to see that as the largest G maneuver in the entire game. One of the maybe the downsides of Zakutu Melee, but we'll see if, especially in these close quarters on C, we can get a chunk of a maybe 3 or 4, but right now, we're just going to see few players picked on the side of Sotoras. They're going to get picked back up, but there's really low health overall on their side.
Yeah. That's the problem, and in the meantime, Mafty has taken the point, they've taken C, and those points, that percentage is just ticking higher and higher. The revives might be coming through, but at what cost, really? Like, they're not getting anything out of it. This is still playing in Mafty's win condition.
Yeah, and once again, we're seeing them hold pretty far forward, pretty aggressively. Not a super uncommon thing to see on domination maps, but if you see a team that does get the opportunity to do this, you know they're doing very, very well, and that's exactly what we can say from Mafty right now.
Enders with the Dom Trooper, has the Screaming Nimbus at the ready, throwing out some mines. I mean, it's almost 90%, and the second point hasn't even been dropped yet. There's a little bit of a contesting there on the double ground. Keicho's trying to come in with the Barbatos, looking for kills if they can find them, but really just trying to be a nuisance and find an opening for the rest of the pack to swing on in. Just shy of 90%, and we're going to be going over to A point once again. Not unlocked yet. Teams are running kind of shoulder to shoulder with each other.
Yeah, the toughest part here is that we've got 5 G maneuvers available on the side of Mafty. We're going to have 3, potentially 4 on the side of Sotoras if they can even get there in time to use it. This is looking really tough. They are getting nearly team wiped here. This is going to be a quick take, almost guaranteed for Mafty. It's going to be one potential final push if they can even get that far with the team kill. Mafty taking out the entirety of Sotoras. They've got one chance left if they can even get there.
They haven't even used all their G maneuvers on Mafty's side. It was really just the G maneuver from the Unicorn Gundam that they used to capture that point and just throw Sotoras away from that. Extra time is running out, 100%. 1 point on Sotoras. Barely.
Sheesh.
Mafty, like, this is what I'm talking about. Domination. I mean, Mafty are dominating.
Yep. This is again. It's not to say that Sotoras is playing badly, but Team Mafty is on top of being a team that originated as one of the best teams in the entire region, is now added other strong players onto it. I did see, of course, Carl Sagan on the roster. Carl Sagan not in this actual game, but this is basically the roster minus Casino that we saw in the previous tournament. And I'm reading in chat right now that Casino just wanted to get some of the other players cycled in. That's why we're seeing Enders instead of on the signature, for example, like Pale Rider and Jim Sniper play. We're seeing Enders on that Dom doing extremely well. I mean, I love to see it. I love to see the Zaku range. They're just playing their usual game.
Yeah, and it's looking really, really good. Their ability to just force their opponents into choke points, into corner positions and eliminate them, even if there are some trades that we saw in the very beginning of the previous map, the previous round, almost like very quickly Mafty look like they just take control of the entire zone, take control of the entire site, and it's incredibly hard for Sotoras to come back in. But maybe with this new round, the reset is going to give them an opportunity to find something else that works.
Yeah, and here we go, starting off the fight for C, and we are actually not going to get the full commitment. We are going to see a huge flame grenade potentially. No, decided not to go for it. Could have actually gotten maybe 2 downs right there, just with that extra damage. It is a huge, huge damage option, but we're going to see at the very minimum Mafty hold on to this as it opens.
Immediate point capture once again. They were able to force Sotoras off of that point. They only needed one individual, it seemed, one unit to actually capture that. And again, they're just keeping them shoved into the corner. This is bullying. This is high school bullying at its highest level.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with the team comp either. It's just they're just not able to find their moments. I mean, Baronox going down, that is going to be an opportunity, but they are fighting in B right now. This is so far away from where the actual site is. Arrow is going to go down. That's, again, an opportunity for Sotoras, but Arrow going down in B is weird.
They had to use 2 units to take out a 1 unit who wasn't even on the site itself. That just shows the amount of the resource disparity that we're seeing coming out from Sotoras. The fact that they need to use that much to take care of something that's not even like a full win condition just shows like how much they're just reaching for something to hold on to come into this. The site is going to change. We're going to A, but I'm afraid this is looking like the exact same as the previous round.
Nothing is too different. I would like to see maybe a team comp change, but it might just be one of those games where you gotta adapt and find the moment. Right now, we're just not seeing anything changing. The comps are staying the same, the play is staying the same. Profi and David, extremely strong in each of their own roles, taking down a player each. David, a secret MVP that I feel like not enough people are even talking about from his play in the previous event, just holding that front line, one of the strongest, oh my god, I can't even remember the name. Seriously, Zombies.
Yeah, very strong Sazabi play for sure. Also looking at Arrow and the Pale Rider. They're keeping Sotoras back in their spawn. That's how dominating of a gameplay that is right now. It's only 50% here for Mafty in this round, so things could change. The double pack. Corey Overs is trying to go for one of those opportunities himself. He has a Trans Am at the ready. Getting out of that, though, because he doesn't want to get taken out. Needs to heal up first. Roll Fat Man also taken very, very low. He's going to get dropped by the opposing Pale Rider. The Hades actually activated by Arrow, but here comes Corey. He has a Trans Am at the ready. Let's see if he can't find an opportunity to use it.
Yeah, and only 15 seconds until we switch over to C. I would kind of like to see the entirety of Team Sotoras just kind of move on over, just to try to hold at least the spot before it changes. But it doesn't look like enough of them are there. There's still so many random fights happening all over the map. Again, we're seeing the top of B, which is such a strange place. I mean, I understand that maybe they're transitioning over and these brawls are starting to happen, but I feel like the fact that they're just having these small skirmishes across the map is very beneficial for Mafty, who is controlling the points overall.
Well, it's because Mafty's able to win all of these skirmishes, which is why they're continuing to lean into them. They're making sure that Sotoras can't stay grouped up, that they can't really get a full fortified push in. Garmazabi tries to contest for the point, but he gets dropped. That's going to be one trick also forced away. Not dropped just yet, but not looking particularly healthy either. Sotoras were able to take this point, but can they hold on to it for long enough to really start to come back in this round?
It's looking like a no, just from that immediate retake. All right, I mean, hey, they're doing better than they were, right? They managed to get the point. They managed to get more points, but they need to find a huge push here. There are going to be 2G maneuvers on the side of Sotoras, but one of the players going down with it, Coil Overs, has to use this Trans Am extremely well, and this is going to be a good amount of damage from it, but nobody was on the points, so there was no chance. Somebody had to stand there, and it probably had to be Exio, which is really unfortunate, but it looked like there was going to be a good amount of damage coming out. However, Mafty, I want to say, dominating the first game.
Yeah, they definitely dominated the first round, and Sotoras, they looked like they were getting into it towards the end of that second. They were starting to get used to the tempo that that Mafty were playing at, but you really don't have that much time. And besides, I think we can all make this assumption that Mafty, like, skill issue, just looking at the 1v1 fights that they had, sometimes even a 1v2 fight, they were definitely the clear-cut winners out of that matchup.
Yeah. I mean, hey, Mafty is Mafty. If I remember correctly, which I'm always bad at remembering these things, but if I remember correctly, I believe they didn't lose a game the entirety of the previous tournament. And there were some really strong teams as well, with Tekka and IQ, both of them really. I mean, basically, the skill difference between Mafty and them was as much as them and some of the other teams. So it just goes to show, like, Mafty is really, really unstoppable. Even getting 10% against them, I think, is a pretty good feat. But especially when you get to those individual skill levels, I feel like maybe it'll be not as much of just these individual skill level brawls when we move on to the next maps.
Yeah, well, speaking of next maps, we do have Underground Command Center coming up next. Can Sotoras bring us to Mountain R&D Lab, which would be map number 3? We're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll be back to find out.
Underground Command Center will be our second map here in the Mafty versus Sotoras Esports set. Mafty up 1-0 after that previous game, and now we'll see if their domination can continue. We are going to see the rotation in from Carl Sagan, which everybody's very excited for. Of course, it's the first time that we're going to be opening up slightly the doors here on the region lock, and Carl Sagan allowed back in, currently on the normal gym, which is, again, a very rare suit to see.
Yeah, listen, we got the gym on play, but it's a new map. It's well, it's not a new day, but it's a new map, okay? So Sotoras, they need to try and answer back. And if there's one thing that they can lean on, it's that this map style is a lot different from domination. There is more time for you to slow things down, whether you're on especially if you're on the attack, right? Whereas on domination, if you're in the lead, you're going to keep pushing that lead until the round is over.
Right, and especially this map has some very wide open areas. Of course, we're starting with the wide open areas. We see Royal Fat Man on the gym sniper. On the defense, we'll see if that pays off. We've seen it work very, very well before, but also backfire before with these super heavy pushes. Focus immediately checking out what's going on.
Okay, Carl Sagan there did swap from the gym to the gym sniper. Gets the revive, tries to land a shot. Looks like it did connect, didn't get the kill just yet, but still, this long-range damage is going to be trying to find the opening for that initial waypoint.
Yeah, the gym sniper is such a classic pick for Carl Sagan. I love to see it.
Royal Fatman trying to answer back with sniper play of his own, but it is going to be Arrow and Enders with the initial knocks, the initial fight openings to get this waypoint, and anyone else who is surviving, well, anyone else. It's specifically one chick, not even anymore, because this is pure domination from Mafty. Sotoras doesn't have any survivors to try and back away, so it's going to be an immediate mega charge set on A. No one from Sotoras has even respawned yet, and already you see Carl Sagan looking for an aggressive angle.
Yeah, this is a spot where you tend to want to already be changed off of Gym Sniper, but if you don't die, you're at the very minimum going to get one life on Gym Sniper. And if you're Carl Sagan, you might just hold on to it the entire time. It is very hard, again, to retake this. Like most sites, once the Mega Charge has been planted, but a nice push is going to build some space.
Ooh. C-Dub there on the Sazabi trying to take some space with the large tanky unit. But again, Enders is there, Arrow is there, Carl Sagan is there. Everyone is there to make sure that no one can get respawn. In fact, Focus is there on the back line to not let anyone respawn from the defenders onto the site. It looks like this is going to be a very, very fast A destruction. I don't even think there's enough time on the clock for Sotoras to get into the Mega Charge. And look, I mean, how do you call this anymore? They are pushing past the defender respawn to get onto the second objective immediately.
And that is honestly, it's so smart. That can be a choke point that they just pushed through. So they made sure to preemptively move forward and get through that choke point, take that waypoint, and now they no longer have to deal with that situation. They can do the two-pronged attack based on the two ways that you can go into here, and there's the first G maneuver.
Screaming Nimbus from Enders, gets a kill, pushes forward with the laser beam, gets the second. Mega Charge hasn't been planted just yet, but they've cleared out so much space. They've taken out so many of the defenders that it's gonna be an easy plant. They just gotta defend it just for a minute. This might be another really, really fast round.
Yeah, I don't even know if Carl Sagan has gone down yet. Still in that Gym Sniper. Again, a little bit of a weird pick in this situation sometimes, but they are just taking so much control. 3 different suits down on the side of Sotoras Esports. They do not have that much time. They've got maybe 2 pushes at best. Most likely it's going to come down to 1 final push, but they've only got 2 G maneuvers up to the side of Mafty's 3.
That's the big problem. One of those G maneuvers still needs to respawn. C-Dub trying to push on in, but Sazabi takes a lot of damage though. Shield has been eliminated almost immediately, and that's going to be, again, 4 kills in the kill feed for going Mafty's way. Corey is able to find 1 with the punch, but that arrow is going to get revived pretty quickly, and it's just 5 seconds left thereabouts for the Mega Charge to go up, and that's going to be round number 1 going up in flames.
Just about as fast as you can possibly make it. That's something we saw from Mafty. We actually saw it on this exact map going this exact way before. This is not a first-time thing for us to see Mafty play Underground Command Center so well. And now Sotoras, they are going to have to basically play perfectly if they want a chance here. That's tough.
Yeah. And this is at a... I feel like this is a map that is incredibly easy to defend, especially that second point. So the fact that Mafty, you're able to get onto it with seemingly not a lot of trial makes me incredibly worried for Sotoras' own attempts on this map. Because like that first waypoint, it usually falls into the attacker's favor pretty quickly. The first site, that one can be a little harder to hold, especially if you're an attacker who gets the mega charge. Once you get the mega charge down, you have those big open areas from that initial entryway into the underground command center. But like that second point, that's the one that makes me really worried about Sotoras' replay attempt.
Yeah, and can I just point out from the stats there, one of the coolest things about Mafty is how good at individual skill they each are, every single player. They were all within about 2,000 damage of each other. So going from maybe like 11,000 to 13,000-ish. And half their team actually didn't even die in that last game throughout all of those pushes. So that is huge, and it just goes to show the level of individual skill on every single person. They're all MVP status.
Yeah. Not just individual skill, but just team play skill. How they know how to play off of each other, how to focus fire, how to play their spacing, who can be forward, who has to fall back, and how they don't give up really any ground at all while they're cycling players through. But here comes the replay attempt by Sotoras pushing on in. A lot of members from Mafty up on the high ground, gonna have to knock them off if they want to try and retake this first waypoint. Ender, as you can see, falls away. They do fall back from that one, but not a lot of damage really given.
It looks like they just don't want to get caught out. This is a pretty common thing to see full teams kind of drop back behind the waypoint. This is a tough spot to push into, but it's going to be very, very possible if they get at least one pick. Enders is going to go down. However, in return, we're going to see Keicho go down, and this is going to be a huge brawl.
A great angle found by Arrow. Mafty did fall away, preparing to stay alive and not give away that first initial point that we saw what happened on their attacking half, but then Arrow just found that angle off on the side. The damage was there from the rest of the team to give him the opportunity to finish off the rest, and it wasn't even a waypoint capture for Sotoras.
Yeah, it was looking so good for them until that single moment. So really, really well played. This is a spot where I feel like, in particular, Pale Rider can do so well. It's the exact range that you want on that suit.
See if they can't go for it a second time. Sotoras, it got so close, but they have another attempt ready. At least they need to if they want to try and come back in this match, and this whole matchup, not even this map itself. Royal Fatman trying to look for an angle with the sniper rifle. Isn't going to be able to find too much damage just yet. A lot of damage on the Sazabi, but the tanky character can't get taken out that quickly. Enders does drop, but again, immediately trades back in Mafty's favor. The waypoint has been captured, but it's being recaptured as we speak.
Oh yeah, so many downs on the side of Mafty, just taking it back in full. In fact, the full team kill. And once again, we're seeing Carl Sagan, even on the retake, still just hold on to that Jim sniper. It's just being able to commit to that suit is so strong. I mean, really such a strong sniper suit. But here we go, another push, another attempt.
They got it. Royal Fatman immediately drops focus. That could be the opening, but Carl Sagan's going to be there for the revive at range from that Jim sniper ability. Enders, you can also see, they're on the back line. They're not full committing onto the waypoint hold. That, I think, might be what's giving Mafty the constant retake opportunities, is they're allowing Sotoras to push forward, and they're there with the angles without losing too much HP to answer back. Focus does drop a second time, and Coilovers is trying to really pepper down the defense. Good damage coming out.
Yeah, we might see the G maneuver here from Baranox. That could be a really good defensive option. We're actually going to see the G maneuver on this side. Oh, we can see some aerial shots coming from Carl Sagan, but not... Oh my gosh, that honestly didn't even come into play almost, with so much damage from David. Sheesh.
This is what I'm talking about. Mafty, they fall away. They know where they need to be in order... They know how much space they can give Sotoras while still being comfortable and healthy and happy and ready to come back without having lost anyone to retake that waypoint. The fact that Sotoras can't even get this first waypoint shows just how much of a difference there is between these two squads.
Man, I'm like, oh, here comes the G maneuver, and then the entire team dies first. I'm like, oh, wait.
Yeah.
Nice. Good job. All right, here we go. Another push, though. We are going to see... I love this aerial flank. There's already a suit going down. The punch is there. If there were even any suits left alive, they were going to have all been in a row. That would have been the most beautiful punch of all time, but we don't even get a chance to see it. Another team kill with 50 seconds left. This is looking like the continuance of the Mafty dominance.
The timings on the team fights, the timings on when everyone goes in, it's like it's one super brain controlling the entirety of Mafty. Sotoras, they have one fight left in them if they want to come back onto this one. It's a very good beam magnum usage by Tony, but he needs to find the kills. He's getting some damage, but no one has been dropped just yet. In fact, the health looks worse on his team than the opponents. Focus and Carl Sagan getting kills, answering back immediately. So every single time Sotoras try and step up, they try and throw something at Mafty. Mafty are there to not just take it, they are slapping it aside and coming back even stronger.
That's gonna be that. Once again, we time to come back to the point. Mafty showing just how dominant of a team they continue to be, not only being our previous undefeated champions, but just looking better and better every single week. And that will be the game, that will be the set, and that will be our first team, Mafty, making it into our top 3, into our winners finals, which will be played out tomorrow.
Yeah. After this, Sotoras, they're going down into the losers bracket. They are going to be facing, if I am not mistaken, the winner of Iron Blooded Orangutans versus the... Okay, I'm going way too far back because we have a lot of series that have left to be played. The point is, Sotoras, they're not out of it just yet. They can still come back into this, but Mafty are moving on.
Yeah, they played well, but Mafty...
Yeah.
Nobody has been able to stand up against them, no matter who we've got. Yeah, they play the wellest out of every single team that we've got here. Yeah. I'm really curious with some of the other teams if they can stand up to it. But yeah, they're the wellest.
Yeah. Like I said, we have a lot of matches that still have left to be played today. We're actually going to be going backwards in the bracket, if I am not mistaken. So don't go anywhere. We have a lot more Gundam Evolution action lying in wait. Bye. Break.
stuff from the defensive side. Looks like we're getting it back again, but it looks like the push may go to B this time, and it definitely has already.
But Nox is turning things around despite being able to get the Mega Charge down onto point B. Nox with that Trans Am finds maybe the 4th kill in just a moment, narrowly missing that out. But they will be able to pick that one up onto Invictus in with that dive. But again, Zazabi versus Zazabi this time around. Exponent will be the first one to fall, and this looks like a good hold now coming out from Bozos, only losing out on their Dom. Mr. Big Large has his Ashmar punch, but it doesn't even matter. They finally touched the point at the end there, but we'll see. Fusion Blackie ends up going down. That's going to be Blue Jay coming in with a Trans Am. He doesn't have a health pack here, but he's still chasing one more down. Throw, but he will go down. It's going to be David, though, finding one more as Enders gets that nade in to take out Hawklight. And what a beautiful hold coming out from our defense.
Yeah, and so almost getting that health pack just to barely stay up, but same thing with the robot, both of them just not quite getting what they want. That was an aggressive chase. That's going to be 3 ticks, and there's only 3 people up on the side of skill issue, and that's slowly going to turn into less, and now there's only about 1 person ready to challenge. It's going to be the Trans Am, though, going to get 1 pick, but only 1. And we are still going to see the Methods, but that's the entire team.
Himself some health, and that's going to be the 2nd tick coming in for skill issue.
Yeah, oh, nice avoidance from Amano, not getting jumped on. That can be pretty well reacted to if you're ready for it, but look at this, G maneuver into G maneuver, and that is going to be so many players on the side of Bozos going down.
G maneuvers available, never mind just the one as Nitro Genocide goes down. Trans Am is up, they've got the Unicorn ulti as well. They might be able to just finish this one off without it. 15 seconds remaining, and that was huge coming up from. We're able to answer it back. They've almost popped all of their G maneuvers as well. Amano with a nice little shot there on Invictus. Could be another knock coming out from Blue Jay.
Yeah, Mono still just, oh my gosh. Okay, it just immediately going down over there. Maybe a little bit of overcommitment going against 2 very strong close range suits right there. But then, while they lost Invictus for a little bit, of course, just brought them back up. But this might give enough time. And, oh my gosh, on the Exia too, that's huge.
Yeah, Amano is doing so much right now. That's going to be another one going down. There's a 3rd. Amano cannot be stopped. Oh. The 3rd tick actually comes on into Screaming Nimbus is a little bit late, but they're going to try and engage with that, and he ends up somehow surviving. What just happened there? It was like sheer force of will to keep it on there, and he does end up going down, but here's Gasman now to clean things up at the end of the fight, but someone is still on point. They do end up giving away 3 ticks, but the defense will hold. Gasman pops his G maneuver, finds 1. We'll see if he can get a little bit more. Nox is backing up as well, but again, they have to start playing around the defense here, but they end up going down. Dark Infestor now charging forward. He doesn't have his heal. He will have it now in time to keep his team topped off. But a huge punch from Nitro Genocide as the time ticks away.
wanna cry.
Landfest is community. Landfest builds and supports gaming communities to support charity. We have more than 25,000 attendees and 400 volunteers across 18 chapters that span 3 countries. Landfest is charity. Charity is at the core of what Landfest is. We've raised more than $1 million for charities nationwide. We support food banks, veterans, animals, hospitals, and so much more. Landfest is gaming. Come join Landfest.
Welcome back to more Breakout Series action here at event number 2. Cameron Davis, Wonder Chef. Let's get back into this things. Matches have taken a little bit, so we're going to be going back, not in time, but back in the bracket to another quarterfinal, this time between Skill Issue and Portland Burnsiders.
Yeah, not to be confused with
Not
Portland
Deathsiders.
Deathsiders. Yeah, they're just doing this to confuse us. This is the original team, though, Portland Burnsiders, one that I believe was here even all the way back from Halloween Havoc. So they are a tried and true team in the Breakout Series. They weren't on broadcast last time, which is unfortunate, but they're here this time, and we're going to see a whole bunch of teams that we didn't get a chance to see, which, of course, makes me super pumped.
Yeah, exactly. And the winner of this series is going to be going up against IQ in the second semifinal. IQ have been waiting very, very patiently. They won their previous series against Iron-Blooded Orangutans 2-0. There's been almost all 2-0s. That's not true. There's been a lot of 2-0s, though, in the bracket now that I'm looking over everything. But yeah, Skill Issue versus Portland Burnsiders. And Skill Issue, they ended the previous event in, let me count, 6th place, 50% win rate. They lost to Tekka Dynasty, who, as we remember, got second, as well as Bozos, who were there, ended in 4th place. So, they lost to eventual good placing teams, but, still, there's room for improvement for sure.
Yeah, it's a weird kind of reform of a team, Skill Issue. Same thing with a lot of the different teams that we saw in the last tournament. Portland Burnsiders have been pretty consistent throughout the entire both seasons of the Breakout Series, but particularly Skill Issue, there was one version of Skill Issue that had a bunch of players that are no longer on it anymore. So it seemed to me like last time it was a little bit of a kind of readjustment where they're like, okay, let's see how we do together as a team. And there were some really good moments, but it wasn't quite enough to beat some of these really dominant teams that we saw last event.
Yeah, well, we'll see how much their skill has increased as they face off against the Portland Burnsiders. I don't think the Portland Burnsiders were in Celestial Assault.
Oh, maybe they weren't. Maybe that was one of them that they actually missed. They're just such a consistent team that I just tend to think that they are just in every event. And in fact, actually, they've been recently running these like a pug server where rather than, just queuing up, they have been running specific times during the day where most of the good players in the region or slightly out of region have been getting together and just playing with each other. And there's been some really good high level experience. I don't know if I'm 100% right. Somebody tell me in chat, but I'm guessing that's why Portland Deathsiders have changed their name to that. But still, huge shout outs to Portland Burnsiders for that. I'm sure somebody in there will be able to share the info, I guess. I don't know exactly how, but it's been really cool.
Oh, apparently they were in Celestial, but they were under a different name because the site that I'm looking at doesn't include them. Either way.
Yeah.
Okay,
there's a lot of things.
Okay, there was a Portland merger somewhere, and things are incredibly complicated. There were shell companies all over the place. They're trying to dodge taxes with all this nonsense. So I'm not the IRS, so I'm not going to look into it. Point is, we're going into this next match, and the other point is that these are all players that do have some level of competitive experience, whether or not they were in the previous events or not, right? Like none of these are not newcomers.
Right.
That's the main point.
Far from newcomers. They were newcomers. That's one of the things, of course, that we've loved to see over the course of this circuit and this tournament and this game are these teams that did start out as newcomers, whether they were either new to Gundam Evolution or new to competing in general. But we see them get better and better over time. Portland Burnside since the start, and we can actually see where the picks and bans were. Is that the skill issue logo? That's a great logo.
Yeah, it's Jim. But also, you see what map number 1 is going to be?
Oh, I do! Let's go! That will be, of course, Colony Trading Post, the newest map in Gundam Evolution for Season 2 of Gundam Evolution, and the newest one added to the competitive map pool here in the Breakout Series. We only got a chance to see it once, but I am a big fan of this map. Visually, I am just so jazzed for actually that map and the second map we're going to see, Harbor City. We usually talk about how much we love seeing the scale of things, being able to, you're like, wow, there's buildings around me. I'm in a Gundam. And both of those maps, so good for it.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, we have Colony. We saw some new Gundam already. Chef is a very, very happy boy today. And we're like barely halfway through the bracket at the moment. Not even, because we have to go back in time.
Right. Yeah, we had to, we get an extra match, and they're rewarding us for the extra match by playing some cool maps. Exactly. Of course, we're going to be moving to Underground Command Center as our decider. If we do get to a Game 3, you were right. We usually do get a lot of just 2-0s. Regardless if it's close or not, it seems like if you have that slight edge, you do end up getting the 2-0. So we've seen a lot of, the infamous close sweeps, as they say, but that does happen a lot here.
Yeah, I also note that we don't have a domination in this best of 3 series. It's going to be destruction to point capture, and then back to destruction if we do hit that third map. So point capture and destruction, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, but they are a lot more similar than domination is. So it seems that, well, one, neither of these teams are particularly keen to play a domination map, but also there's not going to have to be any sort of like reframing of your strategy. It's just going to be a more similar flowchart process from map 1 to map 2 and then to map 3.
Right. I would totally agree with that, especially with the 3 maps that they did end up choosing. Maybe aside from like Flak Fort, these are probably the most open maps in the game, at least for some of their points. So I do feel like both of these teams overall probably decided that they did not want to play the close-up game. They didn't want to play on a map such as maybe Quarry, for example, that has a ton of tight angles, even though it can have some longer angles. They just went for the full-out, like, okay, we're pushing down this long open area, and we're going to see who's better with either the Gym Sniper or the Turn A or whichever long range you want to use. Yeah,
exactly. We're currently waiting on a player before we get this next event, this next series started. But we're just going to hang out for now. And while we wait so we can get in the second that player has arrived, is there any particular... So in Colony, we've only seen it once so far, but is there anything, whether it's in terms of unit composition or even just playstyle, that makes it stand out amongst the other destruction maps, or is it kind of just more of the same?
Well, I think it's just a very strange map in general. Of course, they added the mechanic of the raising and lowering walls that change the angle that you get on the actual bomb sites. That's kind of the selling point of the map, and that is kind of strange. But I would say the most strange thing about it is the fact that the relay for especially the very first point is very out of the way. So teams have to make a really dedicated decision. Are we going to defend the relay, the waypoints, or are we going to just sit on site, let them take that, and then push us from 2 different angles? And we only got a chance to see it once.
It's there's another map that has a similar sort of waypoint it's another destruction map. It's not in the current competitive map pool, but it's another one that's like on a moon sort of space where that waypoint is like way off onto the side. So yeah, I mean, it's different this time around. Yeah, definitely compared to Underground Command Center and Quarry, who the waypoint is like on the way to the sites for destruction.
Right. Yeah. You have to make a really tough decision. Usually, I think we tend to see the good teams kind of just hold on site and defend from 2 different angles, but that can be really tough. So that first point tends to be a little bit more tough for the defenders, and the second point tends to be much more of a choke point. But I also don't know exactly what these teams are going to be running. So honestly, as usual, this is just a huge, like, well, I guess let's just see. Hopefully we can see soon.
Yeah. I mean, we've only seen it once, right? So that's not nearly large enough of a sample size to make any sort of real observations. But yeah, I see what you mean with the waypoint. If it's off onto the side, it sort of gives you a decision you have to make. And it does make sense that the defenders would just give that away to the attackers, because it's not so much that you are splitting your forces, but it's when the attackers choose one of those two forces to deathball over, they have to then respawn before they can come back, which is going to be an immediate, like, half the defensive unit is gone to defend the actual site with. And the way that fights happen, if there's an advantage, it's almost exponential unit-wise rather than linear with like adding one or two more. We're going into the map. We're going into the match. It's Colony Trading Post.
And we are going to see skill issue on the left with Portland Burnsiders on the right. As far as team comps, it looks like we are going to have another Barbados on the side of Portland Burnsiders. The comp on the side of skill issue, I would say, is pretty much a core comp. It's pretty much what we'd expect to see from most of these teams.
Yeah. Burnside, I mean, it's the same comp. It's just the melee unit that's different, unless I'm missing something between the two sides. But here is going to be the first point. Burnsiders not holding any sort of forward position, not holding the waypoint either. Instead of just trying to hold the site itself. On the one time that we saw this map previously, this was where all of the action happened. So we might just have that happen again.
Well, let's see if the offense is deciding to try and take that waypoint. It looks like we're going to see a push basically towards the waypoint, but not... Oh no, one person defending. You see, that's the issue there. Boondiggles actually was defending that waypoint, gets killed, and now there's a full run back. And like you said, it's going to end up being a 4v6, a 5v6, depending on how many other suits go down. And the respawns are going to be so quick for this offense.
Yeah, Killer got taken out, Freddy now taken out, so Burnsiders, they're pushing forward. Looks like they're even getting the Mega Charge armed for skill issue despite losing a couple of players. Oh, just barely does the charge get armed before the Sazabi gets taken out. Killer Umbrella sneaking on in to try and make sure that the defuse can't happen so quickly.
Yeah, Killer Umbrella is going to pick up a little bit more health, and this is one of the hardest defuses in the entire game. You need to clear out the entire top floor because there are grates you can see right here that you can totally shoot through. So you have to clear out the entire top floor, then the bottom floor, and hope nobody rotates back up top, and then get the defuse. It's just so difficult, and right now we're seeing Portland Burnsiders have a tough time with it.
And the Pale Riders coming up huge for a skill issue at the moment. Victus dealing a lot of damage, in fact, overhealing right now. Killer Umbrella is also finding a heal you can see on the left side, but Boondiggle's trying to come in and trying to get the discharge, but here comes Jay Slay dropping down with the Sazabi. Heavy damage. Shield at the ready to not get taken out. It's going to be the Pale Rider as well, getting 3 kills in the kill feed to clear the area, defend the area.
That's actually incredible. They managed to get that disarm off. That was kind of a sneaky little option. We're seeing the Hades right now get up on Evictus. Probably not going to use it quite yet. There are 3 suits down on the side of Portland Burnsiders. It's a little bit of a stagger. Hopefully they can get the Oh, no, they're not going to regroup. This actually could be just, again, the continuation of the stagger.
Verite pushing forward there on the Ashimar. That unit's job is to keep everyone distracted and looking in multiple angles because of the verticality. But Neo Nile trying to find a nice angle of attack of their own to deal some damage to try and break on in, because that bomb is 25 seconds away from going up and they need to get the defuse. Like, they snuck one previously, but can they do it a second time?
This is also a tough one. You're so out in the open if you're trying to defuse here. Nice! The Hades gonna take down Fuerte, gonna take down Boneskill, the Bonekill. There are just so many. Yes, that is exactly what you want to get out of that G maneuver.
Huge play from Neo Nile. Stalls for a second as the G maneuver goes down, but didn't have enough time with all that damage to get the defuse. The bomb went out, and we have 2.5 minutes added to the clock, looking at 4 minutes total to go to the second site.
And down here is where it can get very, very difficult. There are a lot of choke points. There's a lot of close range fights. The map changes completely down here, and this can be a very difficult waypoint to take, but oh!
Victus, great shot, does get knocked away by the G maneuver from the opposing Dom Trooper, but they're still getting positioning onto the waypoint. That's going to make it easier to push ever forward onto the site itself and get another mega charge. Plant Barbatos doesn't spot it out, misses the stun. Bonekill is there with teammates to drop that melee unit out of the game for at least a few seconds. If they can get a bomb plant off of that, this will be huge, and they could snowball this into a round 1 victory.
The question is, are they going to go for B or for A? Both of them are very hard to retake, but in different ways, depending on your team. It feels like their team is going to be very strong at defending B, and it does look like that's the plan for the plant. The Mega Charge will go down, and look at this. We're going to see Boondoggle just holding this site. Oh, getting the slam. Very nice. Not quite enough, though.
Oh, and runs back into a Dom mine and does go up for that. So wasn't able to capitalize on that stun as much as he was hoping for, as much as we expected out of it. And it looks like skill issue. They're pushing on back over on to the side. 30 seconds for a defuse to come on in.
Oh, and with that unicorn G maneuver, it can be really tough in that tight space, but that's going to be a great way to get rid of it, going with the punch. G maneuver for G maneuver, but we are about 1/3 of the way from the exploding here, and there are just not many suits left for the side of Portland Burnsiders. Only one. They've got one final push, but somebody's going to have to sit on there to get that extended time if they can even get there.
Yeah, and there's a G maneuver at the ready, and there's looking like a few more in line if the Sazabi G maneuver for skill issue doesn't work, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't need to be used. The Ashamar is there, the Pale Rider is there, the defense is there. It's going to be a round 1 over. It's going to be a 2 bomb site completion for skill issue with a good amount of time left over.
That's one of the most successful offenses that I've seen on that map. It can be very difficult to break through. This is one of those maps where I feel like when I see the good teams play on it, both teams have issues once the other one's on the defense, right? So once the plant is there, oh my gosh, look at that
damage on Invictus, 23k, and then 20k on Neonile as well. This is Pale Rider versus Pale Rider. These are the 2 stars of the show right now, and what's great is that we're going to be able to see even more of that fight while the rounds have swapped.
Yeah, I feel like that is very telling of the ranges of this map. Both of the Hades were used extremely well and basically pushed for potentially like the full defenses or the potentially full pushes. So I think so much is just going to depend on how they save their Hades over the course of this map, and it might just come down to who saves it better. The fact that Neo now got 20,000 damage while the rest of their team was just not quite even at 10,000 damage, that's huge.
Yeah. Yeah, but listen, side to swap, this is only the second time we have seen this map here on the broadcast, so we're kind of learning maybe this is a particularly attack or a particularly defensive-sided map. We don't really know at the moment. We need a larger sample size, and we're now waiting for Portland Burnsiders to come back and answer back with, as you say, that pretty strong showing from skill issues attack.
I was not expecting just a run through basically on the side of skill issue, but here we go. On offense, we are going to see most of the team splitting over towards the waypoint, which is what we saw on the other side as well. So it seems like we're going to have more players.
This is a pretty solid defense. No kills just yet, and it looks like the defender's going to be backing away, going to be getting rid of the waypoints. We don't want to see what we saw the first time with the defense losing a couple of players, which is what gave the attackers that initial leg to eventually get the bomb plan. Skill issue are going to be backing away. Fredte's there on the high ground, flying up in the air, flying up in the sky to try and get a first kill. Heavy damage on the Boon. Doesn't get the knock just yet, but Killer Umbrellas is there to finalize.
A great pick, a great pick on this defense. You do not want the any sort of melee getting up close onto these points. They can be very hard to deal with just based on the verticality of it. But at least getting knocked behind the wall, so it could be way worse.
Just the control that skill issue have on this bridge and the damage that's coming out is absolutely huge. There is some trading coming out from Burnsiders that they're not going down without a fight. A couple of knocks of their own, but the revives seem to be coming on in, and skill issue are just tightening that noose further and further.
This is exactly what we want to see as far as defense on this map. There is actually, there's a chance here. Whoa, we don't get a chance to see exactly how that played out, but doing a lot of damage up there on the melee, and we do see the melees kind of running into each other, but we're probably going to have to see an escape from Boone to get out of there, get the kind of regroup, and they might push for this waypoint again.
Problem is, if you want to talk about Hades, Invictus is already like 5% away from unlocking that. And Fredte also 2% away from unlocking the punch. These DPS, range DPS units from skill issue are putting in the work, and they are getting rewarded for it.
We also see the ARC-78, which is a pick that we haven't seen throughout pretty much the rest of this broadcast so far, but I really love it on this mid-range. I love these little shots here. The punch can be a perfect angle for this little hallway. It's going to cover pretty much the entire thing if they decide to push through, but it looks like there's going to be a little bit of a retreat on the side of the offense.
Don't want to overcommit onto that one. You don't want to get too antsy. It's like, oh, I have my G maneuver. I need to use it right now. That's an easy way to sort of throw a lead that you have away. But Invictus unlocks there as Hades takes down the opposing Gundam and swings down the lower side. Understands exactly where the attack is coming from. Finds the angles, finds the damage, and gets all of the kills. Even following up with the Hades, not activated anymore, still getting the damage on in and making sure that Burnsiders know who the boss of this map is. It's Invictus.
Invictus has been clearly, I would say, the MVP of this map. Of course, Neonal as well, doing extremely well, but just overall getting a little bit more value out of those Hades, pushing them back so far with that. They've got another chance to push here, but there's actually a flanker. Oh, Forte manages to get out, was scared of getting flanked himself.
Full Transit activated for Killer Umbrellas. This is alive for now, gets a little bit of damage, but it does look like nothing's been fully finalized just yet for Terry, and Invictus already getting kills in the kill feed. So this action that Killer Umbrellas is involved with is not for nothing. He's still working as that mobile distraction that you really want those melee units to be, pulling attention away from the ranged DPS, and Invictus is capitalizing heavily on it once again, as expected. 83 HP, no worry at all.
Well, especially with that healing field right there, just going to be, oh, actually just sees the Ashamar trying to sneak around, and Ashamar, one of Ashamar's least favorite people in the world is an enemy Pale Rider, so you're not going to be able to sneak all that well. You can see exactly right there, Crumb having to retreat a little bit out of the rollout spots. This is not an easy spot. Crumb might get killed right here, and that would be a tough stagger.
He's trying to delay to allow the rest of the attack comes in. He is getting isolated, however, but we'll see if the rest of the team can't capitalize on his distraction, on the delay that he is putting in. He does go down, LaCrum. He is going to get eliminated, so it's once again all blue in the kill feed. The Mega Charge does get planted, but with virtually the entirety of Burnsiders eliminated, it should be a pretty straightforward defuse.
Ooh, or maybe not. At least they're going to get one pick. Oh, the G maneuver activated and tried to defend it. It's not going to be enough. That's unfortunate. That is a huge waste of resources. That Unicorn G maneuver can be huge on this particular site. We're actually going to see it on the other side as well from Skill Issue, and it's going to start to reset things here. A high ground Dom, though, that is one of the scariest things in the world, and it's going to get the down on Boone.
Screaming Nimbus at the ready as well. The Mega Charge plant is coming in. It does get delayed just in the nick of time on the site, and the Screaming Nimbus was there on the bridge to make sure that the rest of the attacking team can't get there for support, and that's going to be Skill Issue taking map number 1, 2-0. Burnsiders wasn't able to get even a single site destruction.
Extremely well played from Skill Issue. I mentioned it before, they were very much a new version of Skill Issue, you could say. They had a lot of newer players to the team in that previous tournament, and we saw them have a lot of strong individual plays, but it didn't seem like they were quite as ready to gel together. However, this version of them is looking stronger than ever, which is what we expect to see, and they're looking really good after taking that first game.
I think Burnsiders is going to be asking Bandai to bring in unit bans after that match, because Invictus on Pale Rider, I mean, it's an exaggeration to say that he could have 1v6'd Burnsiders, but like looking at those numbers, is it that much of an exaggeration? I don't know.
Yeah, it's incredible, just the amount of mileage out of that Pale Rider, out of that Hades. We'll see if Portland Burnsiders have an answer for that when we get to the next map. But before that, we're going to take a short break as the players get into the lobby. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with game number 2.
Sick. That felt really good, Shem.
Yeah, improving for sure throughout the...
don't wanna cry. Wanna cry.
Against Portland Burnsiders as we move into Harbor City for our second map of the set. And I expect that we're going to be seeing some sniping.
Yeah, and it's okay. Invictus. I'm actually happy about this because Invictus dominated for skill issue on the previous map. The logos at the top are flipped. Flip that around. It's skill issue on the right. It's Burnsiders on the left. Neo-Nile, who was the opposing Pale Rider, went to the sniper. We have actually Fuerte, who, it's weird, they're doing a lot of swaps over. Fuerte was the Ashamar, is now on the sniper. Now it's Killer Umbrella, who was the Exia, who is on the Ashamar. I mean, this one can show how the versatility of all of these units, but it also shows that map to map what it demands as far as your teams that are, or your members that are like more close range versus mid range versus long range. That has to adjust, and you sort of scale your team, the units that your team plays on with that.
Yeah, and these teams are very, very good at that. I'm actually very excited to see Fuerte's Gym Sniper. They were extremely strong on the Gym Sniper in the previous tournament, and I'm also very excited to see Neo-Nile's Sniper because their aim was so good. You know, the left clickers in this game are very scary left clickers, so I'm excited to see how that transfers over to the Gym Sniper. Never seen it before from them, but here we go. We're going to push out, and who's going to get the first Gym Sniper pick?
Nile's looking for the angle. Oh, nothing found just yet. Oh, Fuerte's going to be able to find the first pick onto LaCrum, but drops behind cover. So the revive is going to be there for Boondiggles, who is playing that Barbatos. Damage coming out, turns ahead, turns to the skies for the attacking Ashamar, pushing in on the area, but not giving up the zone, not giving up the spacing. Going to continue to play into this corner.
They're going to have to hold this off here. If they lose too many members, they are basically auto-losing A. It's what we saw before. Nice, the sniper is going to get some back shots into J-Slay. Getting that flank, can't protect what you can't see, and that's actually going to be a huge pick. We're still going to see Fuerte up, but not able to find anybody important than Neo-Nile. This might be the sniper match right here. Who's going to get the kill? Oh, nobody yet, nobody yet.
Shots past each other's bow. You don't want to overcommit onto this one, especially in Fuerte. He's playing this super defensively. He cannot go down. That's the main goal right now, is to make sure that this first site eats up as much time on the clock, because unless it's an absolute domination map, it's going to get taken eventually. It looks like it is going to be units onto the A site by Burnsiders. You're now trying to find more damage to just keep the defenders pushed back away from the site itself.
This is one final push. Yeah, they're going to have to make this count. There's only one tick left. They are going to get Neonal down. They're going to get Awkward 5 down. This is a really successful push. They're going to get Crumb down. This might be the hold. Very few teams choose to push back this much when there's only one tick left on A, but it looks like the reward is going to be huge. We're also going to see right there the turn A G maneuver, the butterfly being active, not being used quite yet, but that can hold for so long, especially once they get to that previous choke point, and they're going to have to push all over again.
Oh my God, the fact that the defenders actually took back that site once it hit 75%, and you saw Killer Umbrellas on 6 HP with the Barbatos right in his face, but here it is going to be the Moonbeam G maneuver at the ready. This is such a strong position for it to be used, and it's the whole reason you could argue why this unit is picked. Not a lot of kills with it, but it's the damage and the just destruction of the spacing that the Burnsiders wanted to use to attack on this. We have a minute and a half left, and the fact that they haven't taken the A side just yet shows how strong of a hold this is for skill issue.
That is beautiful to see. I'm surprised they decided to use that G maneuver right away, but that means that they're really confident that they're going to be able to hold A. Again, no picks. Bonekel, I always say that name wrong. Bonekel will be down, and there we go. Great pick on Tilter.
Sick headshot. Make sure to confirm Tilter as well, and this is going to have to be the push. There's very little time in order for them to do it. Neonal pushing forward, trying to find more headshots, trying to take a Victus out. Victus falling away, as well as Killer Umbrella taking a lot of damage from, it looked like the opposing fire, but Lacrum and Neonal, yeah, they're dealing all the damage. They're getting all the push necessary to finalize, and it is going to be a finished A take, but the amount of time that's been eaten up by skill issues, strong defense, there's going to be very little room for error as they try and push in onto B.
There might be a bit of a downside, though, for the defense here. Using the G maneuvers to try and hold A longer and then not getting the full hold means you have that many less resources to hold this super important choke point. But there's the punch, and that is going to take down Crowderly and kind of Madigan. And there's going to be a third and a fourth. That punch led to basically an entire team wipe here. There's no way that Niall's getting out of that.
Amazing strategy usage there. Ashmar was there for the punch, and Invictus was there for the follow the damage. The Crumb has swung behind enemy lines to try and get some damage, but doesn't even find the first tick before Frerte. And Killer Umbrellas was able to get there to stop him. And that spacing, it did sort of disrupt the defender's hold of his initial choke just a little bit, but it looks like they've stabilized again. And just Burnsiders aren't really able to break through still. Neonal very, very low already, and it's a Victus with another kill. I mean, not a full kill just yet, but it's still a knock.
Ooh, that's tough. You do not want to get staggered in this particular spot. There's also not a lot of verticality that can be used. We're actually going to see Crumb switch over to the Mahiru, and oh, this could be really interesting. Full accuracy in the air. Can we get a pick from the air? Not quite. The healing from the turn A Gundam worked really well, but this is the start of the push. Oh, Neonal and Crowderly going down. Same with Boone. That's going to be the stop of that push, probably. Wait, no, there's a pick.
Oh, they were able to get the revival, and Boondiggle's out in the open, so he's going back in with his longsword, trying to get some more stuns. Doesn't find anything, though, has to fall away. And so even though the trades are looking good between the two squads, the actual line of scrimmage is not moving very much at all. Cullen Brothers is coming back, retreating back into his team. But again, just this Ashamar presence, being able to fly over this, deal some damage, and then return is huge.
The amount of G maneuvers on the side of skill issue is really kind of a deciding factor here. There's only 40 seconds left. That's one strong push. They did just use one of the G maneuvers. It's not going to be the biggest one. It's going to just give them sight on the other team. But we have the, oh my gosh, the biggest combo, the Methis plus turn A G maneuver combo. I think we're going to see it probably pretty soon.
Yeah, it's activating right now. Moonbeam dealing heavy damage, getting multiple kills. It's 5 down. It's all onto Boondiggles. And where is this last player? I think he's tried to run to B to get some presence on the site, but has to run away to get the healing. Can't even get onto the site itself. 10 seconds left, is staying alive, but needs to touch the site at some point in order for the rest of the team to follow up, because I don't know if there's enough time for anyone else to touch that site. Crowdy tried to jump on in. He's on it, but he's down almost immediately.
You know, a great attempt from the entire team there. Almost everybody got on point at some point. They really hustled to get back there, but at that point, you're really putting yourself in just too much danger. And a great hold there on the side of Skill Issue. All right, it's community, everybody out in chat. I have a request for all of you. I need somebody to decide on a name between the Moonbeam Butterfly Turn A G maneuver and the Methis Boost G maneuver. Like, somebody figure out a name for that combo. I'm waiting for all of you to decide it, because that is the classic now, and that is disgusting when it goes off.
Ooh. Looking at the damage numbers right now, and it looks really even. Unsurprisingly, Evictus is in the lead, but Kill Umbrellas is not that far behind, and it's still good numbers from a lot of Skill Issue. But on Burnsiders, it's Neo Nile and no one else. I don't know which came first, the chicken or the egg. Like, are they not able to get the damage, or like I don't know what's causing that, but that is definitely a big hole. And I think what caused their struggles the previous round.
I agree. And I got to say, Nile is incredible. Those damage numbers and just the shots that we've seen from Nile, just a player that is for sure one of the MVPs for me so far from what we've seen throughout all of today. But I agree with you. They just need to get that one little coordination. Even when they managed to find, I feel, the picks, they didn't get the push from it. There was that one moment where you said, oh, they're getting picks, but the line of scrimmage that you said isn't moving. I feel like they need to be able to coordinate that push. We'll see if they get an opportunity, in another game, because right now, of course, they're going to be defending.
Yeah. It also could just be Skillish are able to just defend that much better. And again, it's all like, okay, very forward positioning here, and Lacrum there on a unit that you rarely ever see, trying to just zone Skill Issue away with all of these grenades. But again, it's going to be another pretty quick fallback just because of how open that spot can be.
Oh, great shot for it, taking down Boondiggles with that sniper, and that's going to be the first pick to try to facilitate that offense. Oh, another hit, just continuing to get more and more. That's exactly what you want to see out of the offensive sniper here, one of those important units. And look at this, you can see Crumb getting pushed back so far, going to have a tough time dealing with any sort of airborne unit.
Oh, yeah, Evictus there just making sure that he disrupts the entire defensive setup. You want that Ashmore to go into the back line and just make sure that no one can stay comfortable. Just keep everyone pushed away. Almost being like a defensive lineman, if you want to continue to use some meat sports analogies.
That's honestly a good way to put it. But it looks like the A is going to be taken as expected. We're going to see the Portland Burnsiders push back and try to hold this. Oh,
Umbrellas, he has jumped all the way past enemy lines. Look at the rest of his team was just trying to set up in the choke point, and he wanted to go for some action. So potentially a little bit of team miscommunication there. But we'll see what the rest of the squad, if they can find an opportunity based off of that. It seems that we're still going to be hanging out on the bridge. Jay Slay taking a lot of damage. Despite Sazabi being one of the beefiest units in the game, you can't outlast opponent's aggression forever.
Yeah, especially with the current team that they have. This is a really high damage team, and there we go. Awkward high five going down. There is trades on both sides, though, so this is not completely undoable as far as the push. Forte going down, but probably going to be the safe place to get picked back up. This might be the opportunity that Skill Issue needs to push forward. They only need one tick again, of course, on this point.
Someone's there. Someone's trying to contest that and raise that up. Yeah, I knew it. I didn't even have to look to know that it was Killer Umbrellas. He just keeps going back behind enemy lines, and actually, is that a trade? He's able to get a knock onto the Sazabi, and that's not going to be a revive, so that unit being down could be an opening for the rest of the team. But I think Killer needs to just calm things down at this point. Not getting a lot from those constant rushes into the back line. It might just want to play with the rest of the team, because again, they only need that 25% tick. 3.5 minutes, there's a lot of time for them to do it, even if they take it a bit more slow.
That is very much like a ranked strategy, but against coordinated teams, they are not going to let you get that sneaky little one tick in the back line, and it might just be, again, we're going to see the same strategy, but Kill Umbrellas is going to, it was going to go down, actually, 3 people on the side of Portland Burnsiders going down, because they all turned around. 4, only Boomdiggles and Crumb left up, and Crumb's not going to be that good in a 1v1 fight, just based on the suit. That's probably going to be the point, just needs to get everybody off, and that's all they need.
It worked this time around. The timing of where the rest of the team was to follow up on that. turn away from that initial choke point to follow the Exia gave the rest of Skill Issue that window to push on in and follow up behind it. Killer survived long enough that, I mean, wasn't eliminated immediately, and it just all fell apart from there.
I really thought that Killer Moses was going to die, but that health pack in that little corner saved them so well. And yeah, that was exactly what they needed. They needed that coordinated push alongside that distraction in the back, because sometimes getting the other team to turn around is more important than anything else. And it seemed like that was that particular situation. And then they got the full team wipe. They just got pick after pick after pick. And that was just exactly what they needed. So really good stuff from Skill Issue. They are going to be moving forward and just continuing to show us how they can do against a lot of these other teams that we haven't even seen yet. Of course, we've seen Mafty, but they still have to deal with IQ. They have to deal with the version of Tekka that is here. I think they're called Last Minute, but they're looking definitely to be a contender in my eyes.
Yeah, so Portland Burnsiders, because they lose this match, they go down to the losers bracket to face off against allies who have been waiting for quite a while. So we'll see if that works in their favor or not. While Portland Skill Issue, advance into the next semifinal against IQ, which I believe that's the match that we're going up to next. Am I correct with that one? Yes, okay. Yes, we're going Skill Issue versus IQ next. We got to get that one set up. So in the meantime, we're going back to a break. Thank you very much for sticking around with us. We have a lot more Gundam Evolution action coming up after this.
Ground, but this might actually work out for him. This is a lobby, he's battling, but it's going to be the Exia coming in to pick up two. Pale Rider pushing forward off of that, but he will end up going down. D, though, trades away his life as the fight still takes place on the point. Duke still in Trans Am right now. It will end, and that is the defensive hold. Trans Am now going in for Duke. He's extremely low HP, though, and he will fall, but he's done enough to open up the point. I believe one player, maybe two, still remaining there on the defense for Gundam Unicorn, and the Hades will be expelled now. Trans Am is going to get shut down in just a moment, but they're not able to finish off this Exia quite yet. James gets some value, but the defenders are still coming back in.
Oh, yeah, they are just making their way back. Seem like Bozos are pretty grouped up here. They need to find a way to retake this. Oh, I'm looking at a lot of low HP. Suits on the bottom, but the melee did not hit the Sazabi shield. The Sazabi shield was able to stay up around everybody's line of sights.
Oh, they're waiting for that engage, and there it is. The dash on in to take out Focus. You're seeing the kind of attention that right now Gundam Unicorn are putting on to getting to that health pack to the point in time to contest, and he finds Enders there.
Point, so Bozos isn't going to be getting anything out of this. Things are pretty much all tied up, and we're going to be for the very first time, I believe, in this round.
That is a Hades being committed by Gundam Unicorn and Nimbus. The high ground has been established, though, for this Hades now. As Tizen goes in on the field, the Hades will be enough to clean up Gundam Unicorn. The defense is holding a little bit stronger there, especially with the Trans Am coming in and Exia flank coming out from Team Bozos. That's going to be Duke in the back line, pulling them back. They do find a knock onto Spoon. That's the Gundam Unicorn going down. Ashamar now in, along with James on the Exia, and that
I believe in the low ground. We've seen them hold that position at least to be the one who captures a decent amount, but wow, this is aggressive.
They are pushing all the way up the spawn essentially here. They only lose out on their Dom throughout all of this. It's basically a 6-for-1 exchange.
They decided, oh, let's back up. Let's regroup first. We see some people are coming back up, but here we go. They are trapped in this hallway. This can be such a deadly place to fight, but it looks like the Pale Riders are going to go down. Tism not see points, and they do have this one final opportunity. That is going to be an Exia going down. This team has been so good at targeting Exponent in particular, just like not allowing that Exia to sneak out a single time. The turn A G maneuver is going to be huge, and it's going to fly so far above everybody's heads. They need to make it happen here. They're pushing directly up the ramp towards the high ground, and immediately we're going to see 2 players on the side of Bork go down, 3 players go down. Tizen gets traded, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Keki goes down as well, and I think that's probably going to be it. Only 1 player left.
Which they end up getting that first knock. Exponent ends up going down, and they're going to try and charge for him for a little bit more. He doesn't have, never mind, mid-air connect on the Bitey.
Wait, was that a Zakatu ranged that I just saw?
Yeah, there was a Zakatu range swap off about a minute and a half ago. So it's been in usage, but this is all that matters. Kaiser now with that butterfly to shut things down. Yeah, they can bleed, they can go ahead and trade because they have the waypoint overall, right? And so when the respawns come on in, 1 HP left, there we go, they finish off Casino, but now he's left down to 200 HP. Marsai was actually picked up. I don't know if we ever talked about that swap off coming in. Alternate ends up going down, and Zaros finds another one. Hades is gonna get popped just to clean things up and now secure this waypoint for themselves. Full regroup coming out from Bork here for the defensive side. Exponent is in, and there's the Ashmar punch. 2 down, that's Casino and Fatty. The only trade is onto Moist as the Trans Am gets popped. Now Exponent into the back line to finish things off. There's 8 seconds remaining there on the Mega Charge, but it is getting defused.
G, otherwise this is going to be game.
No G maneuvers except for that energy cable, and he's still running back from spawn, unfortunately, but they don't need it. It's a dry fight for themselves, and they picked up 3, maybe even 4 in just a moment onto this Exia.
It looks like Casino, and that's going to be a lot of actually play members of Bork going down. This might be the hold. We're going to see the punch come out from Ashmar, though, to try and even things up, and that's going to be 4 players going down now on the side of PPG. Pretty well, honestly, here for a spot that people tend to get run over on a little bit.
It was a good body block as well as that repair was coming through, and so the Sazabi actually showing the value of having that big tanky body with that shield up to make sure. On the other side, though, as Bitey will get cleaned up, and it's Carl Sagan coming in for those headshots to take him out. Distant damage coming out from Pale Rider makes it so difficult for Methods to keep a team up, and they end up going down. I mean, they don't even have the Methods. Never mind, they had the Unicorn, but that single target fire, and now they charge forward with the huge HP advantage, with the huge man advantage. I could be wrong, but I believe it might be possible to make it from bridge to bridge as an Ashmar. And so if they want to try and go for an Ashmar flank, you don't really have to go over that wall first. I might have said you need that extra, just a little bit of cover, just in case. Maybe he eats up that bullet instead with the shield. But a nice Ashmar punch! Oh, knocks them down like bowling pins, and now that's going to stagger them. Tism is still alive. He charges forward. He is on the point. We've got Glitch here as well, and he is the only one trying to take things away. Bitey gets here just in time. The overhead throw as well knocks him off the point. 2 bodies are here. Glitch and Carl Sagan get cleaned up, and now the defense are coming back with the respawns, and they will thwart this push.
So you very rarely see the punch finish off, but here we go. The Trans Am to try to retake this high ground. It's going to work essentially pretty well, taking down 2 people at least up top. We're going to see the no Dom as well to add to the armor, prevent this damage. And this is one of those spots where we're going to see Expo's extreme aggression work out very well. People trying to fly over the sides, Glitch moving into Hades, and this is a huge pathway down to a lot of the enemy team members. This could end up with a lot of kills. They're all going to back up, but it doesn't matter. We're going to see a pretty aggressive chase from the entire team here on, basically. That's how aggressive that was, just saying go all the way back. You cannot be here, but Glitch taking down so many suits. 3.
wanna cry. wanna cry.
Skillish moves on, and so do we, to watch the second semifinal in a winner's bracket between Skillishu and IQ. IQ are a team we haven't seen today, but they are a team well known to Gundam Evolution Esport watchers. They got third place at the previous event. So yeah, Chef, anything else we particularly need to know about this team that Skillishu are going to be going up against?
I mean, just aside from the fact that they are currently one of the strongest teams that we have, not that much. You know, they did get third place, but it was a very close match between second and third, between them and Team Tekka Dynasty, which, of course, Team Tekka Dynasty is not here in the same capacity. Some of their players are here. So realistically, IQ is, I mean, if you just look at the actual stats of how teams have performed, they've got to be our favorite to at least get second.
Yeah. And honestly, again, losing to Mafty did nothing wrong. I mean, we saw it firsthand today. It's almost like a universal constant. Is like, if you haven't lost to Mafty, can you really call yourself a top team? Because that just shows that you haven't gone against them.
You've done nothing wrong if you end up losing to them. And, you know, I want to shift gears really quick because I got to point this out. You know, we've got a few teams that we didn't get a chance to see on broadcast. And I just want to shout out a few of them because haven't got a chance to say hello to any of them. DCG, Allies, both of them new teams. But I got to especially point out there's a team named, it's one of my favorite team names that we've had so far, which is really wanted to interrupt with this. Charlie's Angels. I think it's one of the greatest names that we've had in this tournament. And I learned, you know, so we've had teams that have come from, for example, like a lot of Team Mafty comes from Battlefield. A lot of players come from Overwatch. Some teams come from just all over the place, right? Casino comes from like arena shooters, but they come from Gunpla. They're a team of Gunpla makers that have entered this tournament. So I want to give a shout out to them because that's super sick to see that level of type of group to join in this, and I hope we see them in the future.
I do not appreciate the implication about Char's ethics and morals. He has never lied. He has never lied once in his entire life. But anyway, I think we have for this match back on target. IQ versus skill issue. Sorry, core. We get Colony again, and we're gonna end with Harbor City. So similar maps that you've seen today so far.
Yeah, apparently everybody listens to me and Jamerson 2 weeks ago begging for more Colony trading posts because we're seeing it a lot. It seems like skill issue is pretty confident on the map, and it makes sense because they dominated pretty strongly. Yeah,
I would too.
Hey, just makes sense. But also we're going to see Quarry again, another map that we have been seeing a lot, but not so much today. And then at the end, another map that we're seeing a lot. It's been a ton of Harbor City. Have we had Harbor City in almost every single set today?
Yeah, I think so. I think outside of the first, because what was the first one? The first series that we saw, which was Sotoras versus Portland, that actually might have had Harbor City as well. We honestly might be doing Harbor City every single one.
It's so weird. It was the most banned stage in the first events that we had in the Breakout Series, and it's ended up becoming now one of the most played stages, which is really cool. But, well, you know, we might not get to it this time around because we are definitely going to be going Quarry first into Colony Trading Post. And Quarry we've only seen, I think, one time today. However, it's pretty much a staple that we see every time.
Yeah, for sure. And so IQ have been waiting for a little bit. Whereas skill issue, as we just saw, they just came out of their previous matchup. And so I'm really curious, how is that going to affect their performance? On one hand, skill issue, like they didn't have that much time to prepare. They didn't have that much time to sort of like shake off the energy and like really get ready. On the other hand, though, they're more warmed up potentially than IQ, who were probably able to go into maybe a couple of casual matches. They could have potentially made some custom matches amongst themselves, amongst the team itself, to at least like run around and get their, you know, mouse flicking or control, whatever they use, on point. So it'll be interesting to see how that matchup turns out. If because it's IQ's map up first. If skill issue had their map first, I'd say that would give IQ the time to warm up and then take their map, and then we'd be 1-1 going to map 3. But with IQ's map up first, there's not a lot of time for them to sort of like get warmed up, whereas skill issue are coming into this already hot.
I agree. It's an interesting thing to see. Just matches to kind of hold the I don't want to say hold the bracket up, because it was them playing. It's not like there was like somebody who was not showing up or anything, but to make the bracket a little bit longer. So we don't usually see that here, but just because of how close some of the first matches were in the bracket, we do get this unique situation. I'm excited to see it as well, and the only one who knows how well that Team IQ is going to do is going to be Team IQ. So it does look like we are going to have IQ on the left, Sarah Simano, Fusion, Blackie, Exponent, Blue Jay. Oh, man, such a strong team, unbelievably strong team. Chaotic, I almost missed the last name. Chaotic was probably, one of the easily one of the strongest Barbados players we've ever seen on broadcast. Every single person on that team, also an all-star player, very similar to Mafty.
Yeah, looks like the team comps, they're getting locked in, and they're looking very, very similar. It's just the melee unit is different between the two, but on the attacking side, it's going to be not Burnsiders, ignore that at the top. It's going to be IQ coming in hot and heavy, ready to take forward positioning here, but the defense is going strong. A lot of damage coming out. In fact, Sarah started taking very, very low, but he's going in anyway, wants to get this fight started, but take it out, and it's going to be knocked down. It's already the kill feed tilter with the Dom Trooper, showing IQ who is in charge.
Well, that's a pretty good start, I would say, on the side of skill issue. That is a straight up 6 kills to nothing, just completely shutting down that push. There was no real attempts to push through the high ground there. It was just a straight up full push behind the shield of the Sazabi, and it just didn't seem like it worked out. But this is a quick map to retry, and it looks like they're already back at it.
Now we have a couple people going to the high ground. It's going to be the Ashamar there. You can see with the upper angle, no one's coming in from the balcony itself. No one's going to be flooding down those steps. In fact, the Ashmar is already pulling away from this, but this time around the Pale Rider does find the first opening hit, and so the Sazabi and the Barbatos are going to try and follow up on top of that, but the damage again from the Dom Trooper especially is coming in huge. All that splash damage from the rockets forces IQ away, but they're going to try and re-enter on this one.
Oh, they are down a few, though. But you know what? Overall, it looks like they are going to hold. They're pretty low on health. A second push here from the side of Skill Impact could actually take them out. And it does look like a few of them are going down, but it may, in the end, just end up being a little bit of a stagger. Oh, I'm sorry. From I said the names backwards once again, but that is going to be a successful push from IQ. They are going to take that waypoint, and it looks like they're already pushing over towards the side of B.
Yeah, going to the B, the lower side, the site onto the right side. A lot of fire forces Saris away, takes a lot of damage, but he's going to be redirecting his attention towards the weaker units there on the right side, trying to keep the team still healthy and concentrated. Skill Issue, they're doing a very good job of rotating their units around to keep them sort of tied down to this choke point. Granted, does fall to Blue Jay's laser cannon, but Invictus is here, the hero of Skill Issue's previous series. The Hades was used, got a lot of work out of that. It's down though, so the firepower's not going to be quite as extreme, and he is going to drop.
About a second more of Hades, and that would have probably been at least the down right there, and then a much better position, but the lag on the recovery is really unfortunate, and that just did not work out for Invictus quite as they wanted. But A is going to be the spot to plant, and that is going to be a very, very different spot than B, which is what we've seen most of. If they have any snipers, any long-range units, this becomes one of the hardest spots to actually get the defuse on.
But so many units were taken out. I believe that was just a sneaky bomb plant where everyone was distracted onto the B site, which means that I don't know if anyone's going to be here to defend the plant. Amano is here to try and do something, but I don't see a lot of teammates surrounding him. It's all about buying time at the moment, though, because the bomb has yet to be defused just yet. Just as you said, that open area, these open angles, it's making it that's incredibly difficult for Skill Issue to clear the space, to clear the area, and to get that mega charge defused.
You know, you said almost nobody there, but apparently all it took was Amano. That was incredible. Amano taking out 2 suits, evading completely that G maneuver, the Screaming Nimbus, and then staying alive and then completing the the entire explosion of the Mega Charge. That is just a Mono MVP moment. One of our MVPs for sure of the previous tournament as well. Just an incredible player, and you can see just how strong. That's a spot A where you get to see so many sick plays.
Yeah, Skill Issue, they backed away from that. They knew that the site was lost, so they wanted to rally up their defenses to control the next site and control this. Good damage, but they're falling away. Skill Issue have really good awareness of not giving up anything for free. But Saris is pushing forward, taking a little bit of damage. The shield has been dropped, but he has his G maneuver. He has his funnels at the ready. Not going to be using it, though. Very low on HP. It would basically be a waste at this point, and he turns around and sees an opposing Sazabi right in his face.
That is good recognition to not waste that right there. Oh, nice tracking on the laser. Blue Jay is going to be taking out at least one person and then getting that health back, which is going to be really, really huge as far as things go on this offense right here. But there's still so many people down for IQ, and Amano's cornered. Oh, yeah, it's probably GG, and yeah, eventually falling to a push from 3 separate people.
Good damage, but Skill Issue used that corner effectively to make sure that wasn't able to isolate anyone and really get a full completion on the spray down. Chaotic's trying to charge on in. Mace is dealing some heavy damage. And it's the backup from the teammates that's really finalizing all of this. Swing, and it's a lot of hits.
Oh, yeah, it's such a great counter to any shield unit, especially the Sazabi and Chaotic. Also, on top of that, building so much of that G maneuver, it's completely full now, and that can completely control any of these sites if there's a bomb planted. I like the little air duel. Both Hashimar is getting low, but neither of them going down, so there's going to be a little bit of a retreat, a little bit of a regroup on the side of IQ, and they are pushing through the mountain choke point.
Oh man, Hashimar has the punch at the ready, wants to use it, but takes so much damage, has to fall away, and Chaotic is trying to finish. Trying to knock them all away to get the spacing, to get the Mega Charge planted. It is going to go down. Amano here now needs to try and defend with the rest of the squad, but Killa Umbrella is swinging on in. Trans Am activated, wants to slide forward to get the melee damage in, but the slashes just aren't getting in range to hit.
This could actually be a really great spot on the side of, I mean, despite the fact that we see suits going down on the side of IQ, look at that, there's so many weak suits on the side of Skill Impact, and they just need something like exactly like that Screaming Nimbus to finish off so many of them, and everybody on IQ is running back here. Chaotic just literally holding points with that giant mace. This is going to be one final counter push here on the side of IQ to try and retake this, or I'm sorry, on the side of Skill Impact to try and retake this, but they're just getting staggered.
Blackie here, but Invictus has the Hades at the ready. He's got to activate this. He has to go for the damage. 6 seconds left. There's not a lot of time. He has to go for the action right now. Shots coming on through, but the timing is not at the ready. Timing is not available for this one. It's going to be round over. 2 points for IQ.
I mean, there were a lot of great holds, but overall, IQ just never let an opportunity go, right? Like, there was a plant there on the second bomb site that it looked like there was only like 3 or 4 of them up, but they took advantage of just the fact that there were even 3 or 4 of them up. And you can see, again, the Pale Rider continuing to be a bit of an MVP here. I mean,
for
a mono.
Teams.
Yeah, for both teams always, but I always just got to be impressed by a mono.
Yeah, I mean, it's 21k between the two, and actually Invictus has just a little bit more damage. But because the hold just wasn't that strong, IQ was able to follow up Mono's damage just that much more effectively. We're able to see the effectiveness of Amano on that unit, but we'll see how things wage now that the sides have been swapped. If there's one thing that Skill Issue can lean on, it's the fact that there are only 40 seconds of extra time. So if they do tie this up, if we do go into overtime, it's not going to be like the huge remaining time numbers that we've seen from previous rounds.
We actually haven't seen overtime in a long time. I'm thinking about it. Yeah,
we haven't seen any overtime, but we've seen teams who get 2 points and have like 3.5 minutes, 4.5 minutes. Of remaining time.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about it. Like, it's just true. You mentioned overtime. Like, wait a minute, I forgot about overtime almost. These teams have been actually just winning. I mean, hey, good for them. But yeah, I would actually kind of like to see an overtime since it's been so long. It just shows how strong these teams have ended up becoming. Oh, that's kind of the classic little trick right there. The throwing the axe into the air, getting the full team scan. It's such a great way to start off the map. And we see the gun tank woos in the spawn. But here we go, starting off with the push behind the Sazabi as usual.
Gotta have that tank as the forward position, but a lot of damage already. They're not even at that final choke point, and Jay Slay is taking half. He does get healed back up, and it's actually with the Pale Rider pushing forward ahead of the Sazabi, but Jay Slay goes down first. Amano there on the side angle where you want the Pale Rider with his own healing at the ready. He's able to be a one-man army. That grenade doesn't get that knock, but it's still some heavy damage onto the Exia, who has to jump on over, try and go to the back line. Will this be the distraction needed to give an opening for the rest of the attacking team?
It looks like it's going to be a great distraction. Blue Jay almost going down. In fact, the Killing Bros is just going to escape, get the health back, and have a huge health advantage in this fight. Somebody has to do something about this Exia, but currently they decided to just refocus on the waypoint. The charge, though, getting off. That's huge. This is such a tough decision. Killer Umbrellas goes down. Is somebody in here? Yeah, wow, okay, there's actually a Dom is in there to get that immediate disarm. Great stuff from Blue Jay.
You could tell that the comms were there on the side of IQ to not panic and to not leave this position. Everyone is staying around to make sure this waypoint is controlled by the defense. And now Killer Umbrellas was sent back to spawn. Everyone's still respawning here on skill issue, but you're seeing the skill gap is not on their side. It's just incredibly difficult for them to break through this choke point. They're also not using the high ground it seems to push on forward. They're just trying to follow up from behind the Sazabi, but it's just not working.
It can be a tough choke point. I mean, you gotta get through this, but I agree. The high ground right here that they're running to right now is so significant in getting this push. But again, IQ is just so ready to have those comms, just say, okay, somebody's up top, let's focus them, and nobody else pushed along at the same time. So there was just basically a total loss for that little bit of a push, especially now that Jay Slay's down on that Sazabi. They might have to regroup.
Hello Umbrellas tries to go in, tries to use a crowbar maneuver, falls away, low HP, but stays alive. That's the important part. Hades activated by Invictus. He needs to go huge with this DPS right now, but the angles aren't exactly there to be revealed. That's because they've been taking out so many members, finally, of IQ. IQ are falling away, and they're not even dying. They're just giving up this site, but Invictus wants to kill them, wants to take them out, because he wants to make this Mega Charge plant that much easier, going immediately onto the B site to get the plant down.
And that looks like that should probably be successful. There were so many on the side of IQ. They're also, of course, threatening A with Killer Umbrellas once again, really playing separate from the team, which does work out in situations like this. But actually, apparently, the B plant didn't go off. I would have loved to know exactly what happened there, but quite a few, again, on IQ going down. There's still a chance we are going to see the plant, and it's going to go down at A.
Okay, yeah, it looks like they've been trying to focus on A. A is easier to hold, even though it's also significantly harder to take. But they're able to find the opening, find a little bit of lapse of hold on IQ's side. But now the funnel's coming in from IQ's Salzabeat. Oh, sorry, from from Saris. Now that that's done. Wasn't able to really clear a lot of space, though, because skill issue, they're still here. They're still defending.
Oh, the punch comes out and actually gets 2 knocks, but the knocks will actually be finished. It looks like there's somebody in the background, and this is actually going to potentially be a real hold. This looked like it was going to go completely the way of the defenders, but that one punch from Ashamar was huge. Exponent's
making it work, though. Oh, does get taken out. There's a chance to get away from this, maybe try and reset and get for the defuse, but you're right, we only have a few seconds remaining. 10 seconds left, and Killer Umbrellas is here to make sure that does not happen. Just get to the opponent's back line, stop everything from being a forward fortified push, and it looks like IQ are backing away from this. Quick little heal for Chaotic, but they are falling away to the second site. They had to give the first one up.
That was a really, really important first site to take. It looks like we've seen Skill Issue really kind of get some momentum going into this, and going from the first site to the second site can be relatively quick. You can see that a lot of them are already here, already getting this waypoint. With only Exponent to be able to defend, that might be a pick. Probably not because it's Ashmar, but at the very minimum, they're just going to death ball through this canyon.
Good damage to slow them down just a little bit, but Exponent with his punch at the ready wants to go back into that tunnel for the choke point. Good damage. Oh, you can tell he's wanting to activate this G maneuver.
It's a juicy spot to get it. Oh, yeah, just do it. Just do it. Yes. Oh, that is so many people hit by that. Immediately picked off, but you know what? Worth it just to say you hit that like 4 or 5 man punch. Oh, I mean, maybe not worth it. I know.
It's not worth it. Skill Issue are pushing on in, but suddenly there's a Sazabi in the face of Bonekill. Has to fall away. There's that passive healing that's keeping him alive for now, and he's going to go for the Mega Charge plant. The Mega Charge arm, but no, Sazabi is there, blue all across the kill feed. The charge did get activated, but it should be defused very, very quickly.
Oh, okay, I agree. The punch was totally not worth it. But you know what? It's a moral victory, and sometimes it's the most important thing. Great defense, though. Great pickup there after the Ashmar was actually picked off along with somebody else. And look at this. X-Men is trying to sneak through. Oh, actually, we don't get a chance to see how that turns out, as we are going to see the Exia kind of wrecking havoc once again on the offense, just sneaking around. And with this activated, this might be a kill on X-Men. No, 50 HP, but manages to survive.
Does fall down. But Invictus is trying to trade it out and trying to make it work. The plant happened a second time. The Mega Charge arming happened for a second time. But Amano has the Hades ready of their own. Activates that one, wants to go in and retake the site for a second time. Tries to find the angle, gets the shots, gets the damage. It's going to be Blue Jay on the Dom Trooper for the backup as well. And Chaotix Anaya system. It's blue in the kill feed. It's all falling apart for Skill Issue. Looks like it's going to be another deep disarm.
Oh, just a little bit of HP left there, and it's actually getting higher just because it is Unicorn, but agreed. This is almost a guaranteed disarm, and it is going to be, and now there's only 30 seconds left. There's one final push, and J-Slay is still down. They do not have very much time at all. Invictus as well gets picked, and they didn't even have the waypoint. Finally retaking it, but with only 24 seconds left. Again, they get maybe one good push, but somebody's going to have to be absent for the push because they have to get on the bomb.
Blue Jay here, putting himself in position, catches the Exia just in time to stop that Mega Charge being armed, and now they have to go for it. They just have to hope that the shots miss. They have to hope that they can tank it out, but it's not going to happen. The clock is not in their favor, and it's going to be IQ taking map number 1, a 2-1 attempt by Skill Issue to get a second charge of their own, but only reached in 65%. IQ take map number 1.
I feel like IQ was really in the zone for the first game, or maybe not in the zone per se, but it was more like Skill Issue didn't find their feet until the second round of that game. It felt like in the first one they were a little bit like they just got run over a few times, but again, it might be just due to the fact that they're adjusting to having just played that previous game not that long ago, and now they're having to readjust to a different type of opponent. But it does seem like, just based on how that second round went, this could end up going to a game 3 in the set. That was looking very close. It was just down to a few crucial, frame perfect timings for stop people from planting, for example.
Yeah, and I mean, my concerns about IQ not being warm because of the weight completely unfounded. They take map number 1. As you say, though, we'll see if Skill Issue can't tie this up and take us to a map number 3, because we go to their map pick. Wow, it's been a long day. We go to their map pick after this break. It's going to be Colony Trading Post.
I don't wanna cry. Wanna cry.
IQ with the lead, but Skill Issue on their map pick of Colony Trading Post. Can they tie this up? Can they take us to a map 3, that elusive map 3 that we have yet to see on broadcast? It's happened in the bracket. It hasn't happened live yet. Will that change today?
I think there's a really, really good chance, but of course we are here on Colony Trading Post. It is one of the least explored maps just by the nature of being the newest map, and it does look like we are starting to set up who is playing what on which team. I don't expect that we're going to see anything too wild here as far as changes. Chaotic currently looking to potentially be on the Exia as opposed to the Barbados. That's pretty much the only thing that I could point out, but we've got some pretty standard teams here, so this should just be a pretty straight up brawl.
Yeah, and we already know that Evictus is the star of the show and the Pale Rider for Skill Issue, especially on this map. And Amano, we've seen how much work he can put out on this exact same unit. So I'm hoping that this is going to be a huge head-to-head between these two players this time around. See who can like really get those damage numbers picked on up.
Ooh, look at that tracking. Amano's just showing off a little bit. Even going for the headshots. Yeah, you get less points, but you the stream gets to show off. That was sick.
Exactly.
Here we go. Offense on the side of skill issue. So let's see where they decide to go. There's a little bit of a scouting there, I think, from the side of IQ, but probably just going to give up this waypoint, even seeing that so many people ran over there.
Yeah, exactly. The XA was there just to see where they were going. You don't want to get caught off guard by them pulling a trick maneuver and going to meet it. Ferrete looking for the angles, trying to get some damage with the Molotov bomb. And now flying overhead, trying to, like, it's really about dealing some chip damage for the rest of the team to capitalize on. But already here on the lower side, pushing on in, keeping them slipped between the high and the low ground and see if that can't give an opportunity for the team.
It just being so sneaky. Being able to fly on this map is huge. The verticality of this map is gigantic, especially on the first point. A little bit less so on the second, but still very important. And you can just see the Ashmars flying around. This is a huge brawl, though, with surprisingly not many people going down. Only Fuerte so far. This is not, I think, a great push so far for the side of skill issue. They might want to try to kind of back up and regroup, especially now that Bonekel as well is going down.
Victus actually swung around and found a new opposing angle. Does get isolated, however, and pushed down. And I don't think there's going to be a revive, an easy revive possible, but the rest of skill issue is trying to push in on that a brief momentary distraction, but it doesn't seem to be working. Chaotic is there not just for knocks of his own, but also revives of his teammates. He can do it both.
Ooh, and yeah, just getting rid of the bomb or the mine right there. Just saying, you know what? I don't think we should have to deal with this. A great way to get rid of it. But look at this. They're just holding such a great angle here from the waypoint. Just saying, hey, you know what? You cannot get in from here. You cannot get in from the front angle. Like, kind of making them regret taking that waypoint almost. Eventually, though, it does look like they're going to get on site, and we are going to see Killer and Bros get Chaotic down in the duel.
Yeah, that's 2 kills for the first skill issue, and they get the Mega Charge armed. They found an opening, and they seem to have just completely steamrolled over it. IQ needs to come back. Tilcher has the rockets at the ready to at least get the damage in before they push into the Sazabi. And Killer Umbrella activates the Trans Am, swings on in, has the blades at the ready. Heavy damage, but has heavier damage going his way as he does get taken out before he can get a single kill. Chaotic has the Trans Am activated on his own side as the rest of the team follows up behind. Amano here with the Pale Rider damage, trying to get the kills, getting the isolation, forcing everyone away, and there's enough time to get the disarm, but they need to get on to the point.
Oh yeah, not much, but there's the disarm. It looks like it's gonna fully go through, and a great retake with not many opportunities left after that. That was probably gonna have to be it. So it all came down to that one single fight. Now an attempt to repush from skill issue, and this is not gonna be easy. They're already getting picked. They had so many players in place for just trying to protect that first plant that they just didn't get a chance to retreat after they lost it. And now, because of that, there's only 1 minute 15 left on the clock.
Yeah, a lot of G maneuver usage even after they had disarmed that plant on the side of IQ, but that's because they just wanted to make sure that they could kick skill issue while they were down.
That's a good way to put it. Yeah, sometimes you gotta kick teams when they're down. Just getting that stagger is gigantic. Getting that free charge on your G maneuver, that can be everything. G maneuver management is just such a huge portion of this game. And right now you can see on the side of IQ, there's one. On the side of skill issue, almost one with that potential Dom G maneuver.
It was a bug, because I really do think that Jasley has it at the ready. He's actually going to be activating it, I think, as the funnels, you can hear them popping off, but there's a lot of damage popping off, a lot of shots popping off, and Invictus and Frerte, they're getting the kills. So it's the DPS on the side of skill issue, trying to find that opening, but they need to get that Mega Charge armed. There's only 20 seconds left. But Fairte is isolating the opposing Ashimar. Exponent goes down. Was in a position to get revived, but Fairte is there to make sure that does not happen because he wants to keep the defenders pinned into their spawn while his team controls the point.
Ooh, and look at this. It goes down. They have all the positioning in the world. Skill issue, it just needs to take advantage. I mean, they literally don't have any more opportunities to take advantage of this, but they have the exact positioning that you want. Woo! Getting the jumping, kind of floating shot from that Unicorn G maneuver. That was a really cool little angle. So there's definitely been some practice on this level, but there's still plenty of time for the disarm. Ooh, nice out of the air.
Oh, got him right before he hit the med pack as well. Unfortunate, but Bonekel is here to defend the point. 20 seconds left. IQ need to try and get the Mega Charge disarmed. Evictus is here, though, to continue to defend it as well as Don Fufu, but that's a lot of units for him to shoot at. But it does get disarmed anyway. The damage was there, but the timing was not. And it's going to be a 0-point round for Skill Issue. Solid attempts, but it just was not fast enough.
That last moment was it was the perfect angle, it was the perfect shot, but there was just so many people in the way. It was just literal body blocking. If there was like one less person in the way right there, that could have been the complete stop on the disarm and then move to the next point, and that was all they needed. But that was a great coordination of body blocking. Very, very self-sacrificial.
Yeah, and if you look at the damage charts here, it's unsurprisingly the Pale Rider and the Ashamar from the two teams in that order with top and second most damage, but it's leaning IQ's way for both of those units. And now that they're on the attacking side, if they get a single Mega Charge explosion, they win this match. So Skill Issue need to hold with an iron grip.
Yeah, or honestly, even slightly less than that. This is a very tough spot to have to hold this because, again, you know, we mentioned this before when it was the previous time on this map. This is a map where you can be attacked from two different directions at the same time, and you really have to split your focus if the other team is coordinating their pushes from different areas correctly. So against a team like IQ that has been just showing extreme strength over the past few games, this is going to be very, very difficult. The defense on the first points can be tough.
Pushing towards the waypoint, a little bit of initial resistance to try and deal some chip damage from Fierte on the Ashamar. But the waypoint's going to be taken pretty quickly. Quite aggressive positioning on the defense, and Jace is actually able to do some good damage to the opposing Saris before he falls away with an Exponent there with the high ground. This is good stalling momentarily, and Skill Issue aren't really giving anything up despite how aggressive their initial positioning was. Oh! But the push is gonna now continue in across that bridge, and the fire is gonna be there to burn them to pieces.
That axe hitting the enemy's Sosby was huge, shutting down the shield, getting so much damage, allowing the flame grenade to finish it off. That was a beautiful play. Looks like IQ is, oh, wait a minute, Chaotic getting a sneaky pick on in the background. This could be a sneaky little plant if teams can't get back in time, and it looks like it's going to, but there's not many people here to defend it on the side of IQ.
Chaotic is here. Oh. They tried to go immediately for the disarm, but Chaotic with the movement and the dashes kept it. So it's going to be incredibly complicated for Skill Issue to come back into this one because the timings of when these deaths occurred for Skill Issue are very, very unfortunate to try and come back into this one. Fairchase going to try and make something work, finds a nice angle, but needs to land a lot more shots. Only gets one knock before he gets traded in the end, and the revives are coming in for IQ. This might be a very, very quick round two.
Chaotic is an MVP play right there. They just need to hold on a little bit longer. It doesn't need to fully explode. Just a few more seconds. This is the final push here potentially for Skill Issue. Oh, Killer Bills tries to sneak disarm, but it's not going to be enough, and IQ will take the second map and the set and set themselves up as our second team in the winners finals taking place tomorrow.
Made it a very, very quick round at the end of things. Skill Issue, they looked good. But IQ, they just look that much better. And we look at the Yamano, we look at the Pale Rider, and then, of course, the Ashamar as well. And they look really good, but it's just the team across the board know how to play off of the strength of their ranged DPS and set them up for success, which then sets the whole squad up for success.
Yeah, I mean, both teams were so strong at different points in throughout this entire match. This was, again, it was 2-0, but it was a very close 2-0 in my opinion. And I'm glad that, of course, this is a winner's bracket match, winner's semis. So we are going to be seeing Skill Issue move down to the loser's bracket pretty far in. There's a pretty high chance that we'll at least see them one more time at the very minimum, if not back in the top three. So two of our teams that are huge threats, they've given us for sure a show to remember in this match.
Yeah, Talking about huge threats, though, IQ winning this match, they go on into the winner's bracket final to play Mafty Did Nothing Wrong. So, like, that's the biggest threat that we have in this entire bracket. That's going to be an amazing match to watch. I don't think we're going to be getting that, however, until tomorrow. Yeah, exactly. So IQ, they're done for the day. They can rest, and they can, you know, maybe look over some VODs and over some strategies. I'm not entirely sure the resources that they have. We do have a couple more matches coming up for us, however, looking into the losers bracket to see who's going to be advancing into the losers quarter, who's going to advance into the losers semi and the losers final. We have to go to a break before we get to that point, however. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Sorry, did you want to say something at the end there, Chef?
Wait, hold on.
on these outer points.
Yeah, that 12% is just because they left the point pretty early to kind of get in position, which maybe could have held a little bit longer, but doesn't really matter. And again, the fight here up on the high ground they are going to be pushing for it. It does look like we have the Mahiro on the other side, the big punch, and that's why Ashamar is so good on this map. That is the perfect angle, the perfect range for the punch shot right there. You can see that extra health from, oh, okay, we're going to see the Screaming Nimbus. You can actually knock a lot of people into the wall here, into the water. Regardless, it doesn't even matter.
Unclumping, right? They're not allowing themselves to just get one shot by that Ashmar punch. Nice Trans Am engage there. There's going to be a 2-for-2 exchange, but looks like maybe, quite possibly, a first team fight win going on over. They still have three G maneuvers. Never mind, Carl Sagan, the unseen threat.
Yeah, and here we go. We see actually the Methis boosted Exia here, but not able to get anything as we see 2 picks from Bitey on the turn A. 3 picks now from Bitey on the turn A.
It's going to be traded back and forth, actually. No one finding a pick quite yet, but they are grouped up here on the right-hand side, and Zeros will be able to find one. Batty finds one more for his squad. Off of that mega health pack, but as they charge forward, the axe doesn't quite connect. That's the C-Snare coming in, and they're able to charge in with that follow-up. Great utilization of that Marasite ult. G maneuver ready, pop, the push out, 1 shot left, basically remaining there as Fusion Blackie does find one with that overhead throw, but Saris will fall once again. Batty coming up clutch, and he has been a one-man army. I think there are going to be a few trades. The turn A will get onto that A site, get that plant down.
Shots here to stop this. Like you said, you can hit so many at once. Whoa! So much damage.
Like a bad plan for them. They have been able to turn around. The turn A butterfly ultimate coming down as well. As this is such a fractured fight. It seems like there's 6 individual fights going on with turn A coming in to clean up all of them.
This was entirely, it was one person that set up the bomb. It was one person that defended the bomb as everybody else got back. And then it was that big G maneuver that defended the bomb fully from the entire team fight. That was like MVP moment. It's time for the losers bracket here at event number 2 of the Breakout Series, of course, part of the Pilot Academy. And we are down to just about, well, normally this would be a spot where there's 4 teams left, but there are actually quite a few teams left. I was about to say we're down to like 5, and I'm like, wait a minute, we're actually down to like 7. So unfortunately, there is some news on that. We do have some matches that have gone on extremely long, and we don't want to keep everybody here all day. So this will be the final match of the day. This will decide who will be moving into the losers semifinals, but the rest of the bracket will be playing out off stream.
Yeah, and the match in question is going to be Skill Issue versus Last Second. We just saw Skill Issue. They defeated Portland Burnsiders in a dominating 2-0. They lost to IQ 2-0, or 0-2 for their perspective, but a relatively good showing. But now they're going up against Last Second. I expect to see Colony in the map rotation once again, because it seems that is Skill Issue's favorite. But we'll see. I mean, maybe Last Second bans it because of the performance. Who knows?
Maybe. This is going to be the first time that we're going to see Last Minute on broadcast. Now, for anybody not as familiar, Last Minute is comprised of, I want to say, like half of Team Tekka Dynasty, which was our second place team last time. But I think some of the players weren't available or didn't have, like, they just couldn't play today. Yeah. And so they put together kind of like a mishmash of themselves and some other players from other teams or free agents that they've been scrimming with, just to still enter the tournament and still play and learn and have fun, because people just want to play the game. So we'll see how well they can mesh together, as they've made it pretty far now through the losers bracket.
Yeah. The losers semifinals. This is losers bracket, so this is going to be the last live for both of these teams. This is a do or die moment from this point on. And yes, it is going to be Colony from the very beginning, picked by Skill Issue. It's going to be map number 1 before we go into Harbo, and then we're going to be ending on Mountain RND.
This has been a weirdly common lineup for maps today. Also, I forgot their team name is Last Second, not Last Minute. They're so last minute of a team that I forgot what their actual name was, but I know for sure Skill Issue. This should be, I mean, it's weird though that, honestly, that we're seeing this set of maps picked. I don't understand why we're having such wide open maps and then such a super tiny map as the decider. The teams just it seems like every event they just get together and they're like, let's just all play these maps this time. But hey, I'm not complaining. I complained enough last month when we didn't get enough trading posts, Colony trading posts. Now we're gonna get a ton of it, so I'm definitely getting my share of it.
Yeah, exactly, and it's been a really fun map to watch and sort of discover alongside with these teams, figuring out exactly like how much do you defend that waypoint, do you defend it at all, do you defend it not as much, and then even just discovering what that second half of the map looks like, because oftentimes we see it, we never get to that point because that first sight seems so defender sided. It's rare to even get to the second.
We do see, like, I want to say like 75-80% of the matches just end on that first point. You're totally right. It's been so few people that actually get to that second point. And the one time that we did see it happen, it was a team that just took it all the way through. They just didn't stop. They planted. They just held it the entire way. So it really has to be a lot of momentum. I think it's something similar to what we see on Underground Command Center, is just this, you have to make this one giant push from the win of the first point, make sure that they're staggered, just fall in and just make it happen. Otherwise, it's really easy to get choked.
Yeah. Well, a few moments, and then we'll be getting into game. It really is just going to be a continuation, I think, of the Pale Rider Ashimar action happening. That really is the make or break. There are some maps that the melee units, whether it's the Exia, whether it's the Barbatos, are like sort of the opening thing, like the main win condition. On this map, you see those melee units, but mostly they're just there for a little bit of a distraction, potentially a little bit of chaos, and you just really trying to clear some space for the mid-range capabilities of the Pale Rider and the Ashimar to deal the brunt of the damage.
Right. The two key points, like you just said, are really those mid-range damage dealers and then the sneaky units. And the sneaky units have been so key so far. So I'm excited to see actually what the overall roster and team comp is from Last Second, because again, they're like just a mishmash of players. I don't even know if they have a balanced team. It looks to me like, yes. Okay, so they've got Gasman. Nox can play a million different suits. Gasman for sure is going to be on the Barbados a lot of the time. They've got Batty, Merle. This is actually a really strong team. This is a pretty scary team, just seeing these names, and they look pretty balanced as far as comp.
Yeah, I'm shocked to see our robot on the Mythos because from what I saw in the previous event, he was tending to favor the unicorn, and we have seen mostly unicorns as that sort of support on this map. So I'm curious to see how that's going to work out for him. I'm excited to see if they can't make that work and sort of find a new opportunity, a new approach to this map. It is going to be last second, though, on the attack. So as far as we know, they're going to change that at the last second, as teams tend to want to do. They like to tease us with the gun tank or the new Gundam, but they also commit to those 2 units. So who knows?
It might just be a sign as well that they're going to go for more of a vertical play. Yo, look at all the gun tank woos. Can we get some gun tank woos in the chat, please? Woo! But yeah, they might be going a little bit more vertical, right? They've got the verticality of 4 units on their team. You can use the axe to fly up, or just an ally. You can, as Barbados, you can jump, and then 2 flyers means that they are just never going to be locked on any sort of ground level.
Again, more aggressive positioning, aggressive control on the waypoint by Skill Issue. You saw that initial fire by Frote, but it looks like it's still going to be a waypoint area captured pretty quickly for last second. Batty takes a lot of damage, forced to back though. Again, taking the waypoint or not, it's that bridge is going to be the main point of contention. Killer Umbrellas, you can see his HP on the top, it's taken very, very low. This could be an opportunity for the attack to push on in. You can see Nox actually going very, very aggressive, while the rest of the team, a lot of the team is swinging around from the side, isolating the Exia.
Oh, this is a weird spot to be in. The offense, they're all in that little corner, but here we go. We see the verticality. There we go. Nox flying in. Red Protocol just having to back up, having to get a little bit of health, but they attacked from such a strange angle. They managed to get down Fuerte. This push could be working pretty well. They just need to get maybe one more pick and completely push in.
Exia swings on over, tries to deal some pressure, deal some damage onto the isolated Methus, who's actually playing tank in that position. Evictus here as well on the low ground, dealing damage. Red Protocol forced to fall him away. The grenade does deal some damage, but Killer Umbrella also gets a kill. The kill feed. Batty is down. That's the Pale Rider on the attack, taken out of commission. And Jay Slay is healing on up passively. They dealt enough damage, they got enough kills, but they were able to regain control of the site. It looked a little hairy for a second, but they're still holding strong.
I love the area that they've been holding, and it looks like this is going to be a huge choke point hold here on the bridge from the waypoint. Oh, they're pushing in. Bonekell's going down. Batty gets a great pick there, but now you can see it was a focus with 4 people on the assist. They get picked up, but the Evictus Hades is going to already take down 1. Needs to get more than that. Jay Slay is going to take down Nox as well. That's their tank going down, but they just weren't able to get the more than even 1 kill with that Hades.
Yeah, the Red Protocol on the Ashamar is doing absolutely amazing work here. Takes very low, has to fall away, but is able to retreat to a position where a med pack is, and is also able to get the revive. No, Tilter is there to try and at least make it a full 1-for-1 trade, but now Red Protocol does finally go down as Fairy answers back, but the Mega Charge arm did come through in the meantime. It's up to Skill Issue to retake the site and disarm that bomb.
But with all this verticality, it's going to be so hard to lock down last second. You can see there's only a few of them left on the point, but it's so hard to lock any of them down. They can't get that disarm off down. That's a great usage of that G maneuver. Just going to be able to use the Trans Am to get a little bit more damage on these aerial units. Killer Umbrellas finding a few picks here, taking out the Ashamar with Red Protocol at least, but it's just building up in time. They have to spend so much time chasing.
Good damage right now coming out from Skill Issue. Oh, and there are the vents. Our robots using good work of that verticality. They are talking about keeping them from disarming that Mega Charge. There are 5 seconds left. You guys got to get on that point. But blue in the kill feed. Our robot Gasman, Red Protocol, keeping that from happening. The Mega Charge does go up. The bomb does explode. And we're going to site number 2.
I think that's such a genius play to play 2 double flyers on this point. You can see there were only basically the flyers left, and it was just like you have to chase them, because if you stop chasing them, that's exactly what happens. They just shoot you through the grates, and it's over. So great strategy from last second. They're already pushing further into this map than we usually see.
Merle on the dom, swinging around from the side, trying to find the angle with the splash damage from the rockets, dealing some good on damage, and it's Batty rushing forward with the Hades activated. 2 kills for him so far. Our robot also behind, Red Protocol as well. It's the full team rushing ahead to get the second Mega Charge planted down, trying to get this train taken care of for whatever narrative reason, whatever lore reason it is. I don't care. I just want to see the action, and it is going to be all the action that last second need because it's still just them getting the kills.
This is a pretty forward hold. They decide to plant at A, actually, rather than B. I've almost never seen A successfully, work here. A is a weird spot. It's very close to their spawn, but we'll see if they can find the defensive hold here. It's very, very off to the side, as you can see, and most of them are up, so it's looking good.
Protocol taking very, very low, but he is able to heal on up and knocks forward ahead with the Sazabi, tanking a lot of damage, and he's alive for now, and he has the follow-up backup. Merle with the Screaming Nimbus now waiting for the health pack to respawn for him to get that HP back up into territory they can come back and approach, but Invictus here swinging on in with his Hades activated, dealing a lot of damage, doing a lot of work for Skill Issue, but can it be enough to then get the Mega Charge defused?
Oh, it's so close! No way to stop it, just barely. That was down to literally the last second possible. Jeesh. I'm telling you, A can be so hard to defend, but they did a great job of retaking it, and now, I mean, okay, even just getting that much progress, right, is great if the other team goes on offense themselves, but there's still a minute 30 left. Plenty of time to get at least one more push.
But also, enough time for Skill Issue. If they win just a couple of fights, they can keep this at a 1-point round for last second, but it looks like Nox and the rest of the team is already back onto the site. They just need to get a few more kills, clear the area just a little bit more, and they can get a pretty easy plant. iRobot does take it down. J Slay Sazabi coming back, trying to answer back. Nox is taken low as well. So suddenly, from a separate angle that they weren't prepared for, Skill Issue come on in and try and take control back into their favor. But the Mega Charge has been activated.
And Invictus taking down Batty in the mirror here. There's just so many more up on the side of Skill Issue here. It seems like it's going to be very, very hard to stop that defuse from happening. No grades to shoot through this time. Still some annoying things, but oh, I like this. What an aggressive push. Nox might be coming here as the MVP gets boosted by the Methus G maneuver and takes down so many units, but it's still just going to be overall. The disarm wasn't quite in time, and that's a lot of resources gone. This might be a full plant, but this is going to be the last one if even, and that's not going to be a chance. They've got one more attempt here, but this is not looking great when they're already staggered.
Yeah, they're already here, Skill Issue here on the defense. And so even if they're able to get a couple of kills and try and get the plant on in, is the time there? The card's getting planted. Oh, I had to pull away from that because of the pressure. This is exactly what I was talking about. Skill Issue are able to stagger things out, stagger their timings out just in time to not allow last second to get the plant. And that's gonna be it. Round one over. Last second get 1 point off of it, but only one.
1 point, but at the very least on the second point, they got really close, right?
Yes.
The only real way, as far as I can tell, the only actual way to win over that amount of time is to actually just make the Mega Charge explode. I think it was actually at the maximum. It was basically an overtime of disarming it. It was kind of hard to see, but we just need to see a full push. That's at least a little bit of a pillow. Oh my gosh, have we even seen that at halftime before?
We have no, I don't know what you're looking at. I'm looking at Invictus with 31k damage. I haven't seen a number hit that point. And then Tilter with 21 as well. So it actually hasn't been Frerte, who's usually the secondary carry behind Invictus, at least on this map. Tilter is here to follow up and deal some extra damage of his own. I wonder how much the second sight and just the difference in ranges on that area affected those numbers. But either way, great performance as expected by Invictus.
That's what I was looking at too. I don't know the last time that I've seen a halftime that had over 30,000 damage on a player. Today has really been the day of the Pale Riders. It's always a different unit that tends to kind of be the story of today or of each individual event. And today it is for sure the Pale Rider players. Just got so many ridiculous Pale Rider aimers today.
Okay. Very forward position of the turret for last second. Just to, again, do that initial chip damage. As Skill Issue are as expected to go under that bridge, go to the waypoint, and then approach the site. I don't think I've ever seen anyone on this map avoid the waypoint and swing around to the right and go immediately onto that site.
There seems to be a lot of mutual respect as far as you're going to push the waypoint, we're not going to really defend the waypoint that much. And so far, it's been basically that every single time that we've seen this. However, look, we got 3-4 people up on the waypoint this time. Maybe I spoke too soon.
Yeah, just a bit. It looks like Last Second really want to defend this. We called out Skill Issue for defending this waypoint a lot, and Last Second say, you know what, hold my beer. Or whatever. Do they have beer in the Gundam universe? It doesn't matter. They're going to try and defend it, but Invictus is here. Doesn't allow Merle to get behind cover to stay alive, and they are going to take this waypoint without too much damage. It's a bit of a contest, but that's only going to eat up maybe like 10 seconds total.
And especially with the unicorn being there just to heal them all back up, that damage was not too significant. So it's a good push. Just a little bit more time wasted, like you said. But now they're already here. And look at this. So many players going down on the side of Last Second. They may have been a little bit staggered just with how much they committed to defending that waypoint. And we're going to see, a few trades, but the Mega Charge is going down.
Good damage coming up from Pale Rider, again, as expected. Batty this time around doing the work, and Merle also trying to answer back. Has the laser as well as his own rockets, heals on up, jumps back into the action. And with the control of the high ground, they could try and then extend that to a re-control of the low ground, but the bomb has already been taken away. It's about a third of the way through, and J-Slay is there to keep them from regaining full control.
The problem is they can't fully give up. Oh, a nice punch. It looked like it hit a few people. And yeah, it looks like Bonekel, Invictus, 3 people are going down. J-Slay as well. And that's going to really, really, really help. But there's just so many picks on the side of Skill Issue as well. This is not going to be easy. And the Mega Charge actually got disarmed. I didn't even see. I saw the fight happening. They must have been distracted too.
A little sneaky disarm there. 2.5 minutes remaining. Skill Issue need to go for more attempts, but the Mega Charge is being planted almost immediately. Bonekel is coming on in to make sure that the Methus doesn't stay alive for that long. And it's another angle held by Red Protocol. Swings in at the right time, finds a flight angle over, and Invictus forced to fall away.
What a powerful unit, Ashamar, on this map. We've seen it basically be the MVP, or this particular point, I should say, which this current point is the most important one. All right, another attempt, but immediately one shot into the G maneuver, and is going to take down J-Slay, saying, no, don't get greedy. We're not going to trade 1 for 1. I'm just going to take you out completely. And look at the melee duel that's going to end up in probably not that much.
Trades back and forth, maneuverability around, just playing around those medkits, around the health packs, and then Friche comes in to support, and Gasman gets taken out. Whereas Killer Umbrellas is still alive, some way, somehow, able to duck, dodge, weave, and dive, but the Mega Charge still needs to get armed. Killer Umbrellas, distraction, and the rest of the attacking forces are streaming in onto the high ground.
They've got great positioning. They look like the defenders at this point. They're holding exactly like the defenders would, but there's still been no plant. They just can't find a good spot because of the verticality of the rest of this team. And look at that. They're being attacked by both sides. The pincer is going to take down the majority of skill impact. Only Killer Umbrellas left and is going to speed away Invictus as well. But the stagger, no. Getting out of there is huge. You don't want to get picked off. That's really greedy. Super greedy, 1 HP, but just greedy enough as they're going to get that little bit of a regroup and be able to full push as a full team one last time.
And every single time Skill Issue, it looks like they have control of the top site. Last Second swing in, and they close the trap. It's almost like they're inviting them in onto the high ground because they have a crossfire set up, just lying in wait for it. Is going to go down, going to get taken out, and that's one of the GPS members removed, but multiple Screaming Nimbuses come into play. Toto there swinging around, giving armor to his teammates as well as disrupting his opponents, but it doesn't seem to be doing as much work as he was hoping for. The Mega Charge still needs to get armed. Red Protocol has the punch at the ready, daring someone to get onto the Mega Charge.
But going down without getting a chance to use it. But still only 4 seconds left, and there's just so much chasing. Yeah, you're not going to be able to get that pickup. The arm is going to go off just barely on B, but there's just too many people here. Gasman at 50% trying to disarm is going to get it off just barely in time, and that is going to be it.
A good hold, and Last Second take Skill Issues map pick in a 1.9 point victory. And yeah, Red Protocol getting the MVP doesn't shock me at all. That verticality, especially on that outside, that first site, really, really good work.
Yeah, that was, it seemed almost like, just based on how we see other maps, it seemed like, oh, you couldn't even finish the map. Like, that's tough. This is pretty close. But considering that it's this map, I feel like this first point it's kind of the opposite, I think, of Harbor City, right? Where the first point is the one that matters way less on Harbor City. You're like, it's going to get taken. But the first point, it's like, if you can take the first point, that's kind of all that matters over here. So we get to see kind of both of those in the first two matches of this set.
Yeah, well, as you said, we have another map coming up after this. Can skill issue tie? Can skill issue trade last second's map pick to take us to a map 3? The only way to find out is to sit through this next break. We'll be back soon. To Harbor City. Can skill issue tie it up 1-1 and bring us to an still ever elusive map number 3. on the broadcast at the very least. But I mean, what we saw from last second, it's going to be a hard one. It's going to be a hard fight.
We do, though, now get a chance to see how their sniping prowess is. We know for a fact that Fuerte is a very strong sniper. On the other hand, I don't know if I've ever seen Red Protocol on the Gym Sniper. I could have. If I have, my apologies, but I don't believe I ever have. So it's going to be a nice treat to see. We also see the turn A's really pop off on this level so often with Evictus, not on the Pale Rider for once, but on that turn A, and then Nostalgia as well on the other side.
Yeah, it's looking pretty fair. I'm trying to remember who played the Pale Rider on last second. The previous map was it? I think it was Nostalgia. Either way, it's looking pretty like it's the same. Whoever played the previous units, if they've changed units, they're changing to the same units, and it's still gonna be a mirror matchup. But Red Protocol there with the sniper gets a lot of damage. Can't get the kill onto Evictus, but at least forces Evictus away, and that's gonna be the space created for the team to push forward.
I do believe actually it was Batty on the Pale Rider. I could be 100% wrong on that, but I do think so. And they've switched completely. Yeah, there's so many different switches. The flexibility of this team, and there's the first sniper pick, Red Protocol, and 2 from Red Protocol. Killer Umbrellas also switching off of. There are just so many switches. I love this flexibility of these players. But 2 going down, that is going to mean that we are going to see offense get a chance to push on to A. Been at least 1 pick, but this is great positioning.
Taking this point very quickly. As we said, this is not the point that is going to make or break the game. It's just how much time can the defense waste while defending. And unfortunately, this time around, really not that much time at all. In fact, you already see Nox get another kill onto J-Slay, so they're already taking very aggressive forward position of this bridge. That is where most of the game does eventually get held, and Killer Umbrellas is taken very low. Oh, this is looking like a steamroll. Skill Issue's gonna have to put a stop to this pretty quick, but Nox, using the axe to fly forward, wants to just put pressure and continue to punch Skill Issue in the face.
Yeah, this is so aggressive. Maybe a little too aggressive. Nox and a robot both going down, both part of that push. Red Protocol will get a pick, but being super offensive when you still have one of your players on the Gym Sniper can mean that you're almost down a person for the fight unless they get some really great picks. And we're starting to see that. This is a tough position in the corner. Merle's almost down, but the rest of the team is coming around. This could be a great counter push.
Red Protocol there with the G maneuver at the ready just to give that extra bit of information, but they don't need it. Landing some headshots, but takes a lot of damage, forced to fall away. Again, maybe temper your aggression just a little bit. But that's going to be Killer Umbrella swinging around the Ashtamar. Good aggressive maneuver, and then the bone kill as well on the support unit, following up with extra damage of their own. I mean, in Gundam Evolution, whatever role it is, it's everyone is a DPS, plus us. It's almost like a secondary class alongside that. So just because someone's playing a Unicorn, just because someone's playing a Methas, doesn't mean that they cannot blast you in the face.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Bonekel taking out like 4 people alone. Can you use your G maneuver on yourself? Can you just buff yourself? Because I think right now you're the one doing the most DPS. But hey, you know what? You can support people by killing the other team, and it does work. That's a way to prevent damage. But great G maneuver! Wow, just running into everybody on the side of Skill Issue, and that is going to be 2 of them going down immediately. The rest of them weak. 3 down, 4 down. This is about to be 5 with Fuerte, and J-Slay's almost at no HP. This is going to, at the minimum, I think, be 3 ticks. We need to see a huge counter push here, but they don't have much time.
They don't, but at the same time, you don't want to run in one at a time. It's getting so close to finish, though. Red Protocol here is isolated in the back line, but it doesn't matter. He just needs to eat up as much time, distract the Sosby as much as he can. There's finally contesting on the site. There's a few members here and a lot of blue in the kill feed. So they're retaking it, but not enough. It's not enough. Last seconder here, round 1 finishes, and this was a very fast site point take. There's gonna be a lot of remaining time left over.
That was looking a little bit tough, but that was the perfect G maneuver from, I believe that was Nox on the, I think it was Nox on the Dom right there with the Screaming Nimbus. That was an amazing Screaming Nimbus. It just went down the lane, hit everybody. Oh yeah, you know what? You're probably right. Okay, Nox plays too many suits. I'm gonna call everybody Nox at some point when they're playing on the same team as Nox. But yeah, thank you guys. But as well said, it's Merle. But amazing from Merle. That Screaming Nimbus, easily a game winner.
Oh yeah, and just finding the opening, activating it, telling the team, hey, follow me. Doesn't have to give any more information than that. Activates the G maneuver, and in they go. Let's see if Skill Issue, now on the attacking side, can answer back and bring this into overtime. But it's going to be an uphill battle.
A very uphill battle. You're down a game. You're down a very, very tough time of a round. And all you can do is take it to overtime. This is pretty much the toughest spot that you can be in. I like Nox spinning around in the air. But, you know, we've seen so much good from Skill Issue over the past few games. They just need to just make it stick. And I believe they can.
A little bit of initial teasing. Oh, that could be interesting.
That's
I mean,
a pretty
it's
funny
just
spot.
Again, these initial things that spawn is just a little chip damage, and that's going to get easily healed up, especially when it's right at spawn. But it's these few seconds that can just eat up that bit of time.
Well,
that is going to add up.
I have to interrupt you. Look at Merle's G maneuver meter. It built to almost 10% from those mines. That's the big buff from that. That's actually a great spot. I'm going to have to really be careful for that. But anyway, sorry to interrupt you. This is the start of the first push.
No, I mean, that is absolutely valid. Getting that G maneuver up, we saw how useful that was on winning the game. If they can have that halfway through this match, they can get maybe even a second time, no matter how fast they push on in. But Red Protocol does go down. Gonna get revived, body blocked by the Sazabi. But Skill Issue need to push and continue to take ground off of this. They're dealing into damage, but they're not getting the space just yet.
Ooh, but Killer Umbrella is going down, and that's going to really put a stop to, especially with how much, they are at like 50% life each. That's going to for sure put a stop to this push, especially the fact that they do have the Methods. The Methods can only heal up one person at a time. Fuerte, ooh, going down to about 1 HP there, but managing to get out. Killer Umbrellas, though, we know that there's no stopping them. They are going to push no matter what.
Red Protocol trying to land some shots, take some damage in return, but that's still going to be Fuerte backing away. Skill Issues, GM sniper player. Nox at that range, it's a shotgun, but it still does some good damage.
Yeah, especially they tightened the spread pretty recently.
Yeah.
It can be a monster from even kind of the mid-range now. Oh, you're so low! Oh, and great tracking with the laser. That laser, one of the best tools at dealing with any sort of slippery unit. But, ooh, great pick.
Does fall behind cover, can get revived. And again, this time stalling, as much damage as Skill Issue might be getting, they're not taking any space at all. The fact that they're stuck here at the initial spawn point just shows how much of a struggle this is for them right now. The clock is not going to be doing them any favors.
They've got the gun tank Wu on the ground. That's going to give them all some moral boosting. But exactly like you said, they are already in a... Like, if they just fully push through, if the other team just left, they would already be taking it basically slower than the other team. This is going to be really, really difficult. We are going to see Killer Umbrellas, as usual, kind of sneaking around the back line. And there were 3 picks now. Again, 4 picks. Killer Umbrellas finally going down. I think they need a coordinated push and maybe not split up quite so much. This is rough.
The problem is, coordinating a push, it's still coming in from the same angle, and Red Protocol, with Nox on the Sazabi, are just controlling this singular angle. The TBS, the sniper from the opposing side of Skill Issue, just isn't there to knock Red Protocol off his point, and he just is able to fire away without a single worry in the world. Frederick steps out and immediately takes a shot to the chest.
Ooh, yeah, just getting chunked, even if it's not the single hit headshot. But again, look at how low the entire HP is on the side of Skill Issue. The Screaming Nimbus is going to do a little bit, but this is just, again, an offensive reset at best. 56 seconds left. Somebody needs to get on point. They either need to make one full push, or we might need to see finally a successful kind of backdoor. You can see Invictus sneaking over, trying to fly over the right side, at least make them focus on not the main team here. 40 seconds is enough for sure to reach that point.
Multiple G maneuvers activated, Trans Am available for Killer Umbrellas. We dropped down to 166 HP. Heals back up, but again, they need to get a body onto the site. Finally, they get into position. Killer Umbrellas is able to deal some damage, get some kills, and they're finally might be making some headway here, pushing last second back. Multiple units have been taken out of commission, and so it does look like the A side is going to be taken, but there's not a lot of time left.
even if they take this, which it does look like for sure this is going to be an A capture, that should take them to, I believe, 3 minutes total to take point B. And there were almost 3 minutes left when Last Second took point B. I'm sorry, 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I don't know why I thought you got 3 there. Yeesh. This means that they have to immediately make this work. And Invictus going down right off the bat to the sniper across the way. Red Protocol really showing off this game. This is already going to delay them more than they want to.
And that was after he had set the jump pad for Batty to just continue to hop on over and use his mid-range rifle to deal some damage as Skill Issue push up this bridge. Merle's taken down, falls behind cover a little bit, but doesn't look like the revive is going to be allowed because Tilter has his own Screaming Nimbus at the ready. He pushes on through, but there's not a lot of damage. He just dropped first, and there's a counter Moonbeam G maneuver by Nostalgia. He does get taken out eventually, but only after doing a lot of damage.
Ooh, yeah, everybody just going to the air at the same time. Some of the classic that we see, and Red Protocol just still sticking on this Jim sniper. Just been really, like I said, showing off, popping off. Just needs to get one more pick, and it's almost going to stop them until their very final push. But they just don't have a good opportunity. 2G maneuvers up. The punch could be huge from Invictus, and J-Slay has the funnels, but it's Invictus sneaking around and not able to find the moment. They've only got one push left.
Yeah, wasn't able to find the opportunity, wasn't able to find the timing. He's going to try the right side, but gets spotted by the opposing the opposing Ashamar, and that's going to be Invictus taken down. That's going to be that punchy maneuver out of commission, and unless some stall on the site happens, I don't think he's going to get back into the fight in order to make that G maneuver work. And just looking at the positioning, looking at how much pressure Last Second have onto Skill Issue, might not happen.
Invictus going down once again, sniped out of the air, I think. Red Protocol, though, finally going down. However, there are just so many players down with 10 seconds left. We need to see somebody make it to the point, and I don't even know if anybody's close enough. The counter push is just going to add insult to injury, and that is going to be that. Taking the game and the set in a 2-0, holding that B choke point expertly.
And really good play by Last Second. And Last Second, they might have gone down to the lower bracket very early on in this whole bracket, but they did so because they went up against Mafty, did nothing wrong on the winner's quarterfinal. So they are showing that, not that loss was a fluke, but that they deserved to go up against them a second time.
With the way that they've been playing, especially Skill Issue's been playing great all day, but that was a great showing from Last Second. I mean, I think, again, neither team got, dominated or destroyed right there. It's not like anybody got completely shut out, but they are looking like, for sure, a potential to make it back into grand finals. I would love to see how these, like them versus IQ or a rematch against Mafty. And also, like I mentioned, they're a newer team to be playing together. They're literally called Last Second because they got together Last Second. So I feel like they're getting better as the day goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of the day as a whole, because as you said, this was our last match of the day. There are a couple of matches that still have yet to be done today, but we're going to be doing that off of broadcast. It's getting late, and we're going to be setting up for the show tomorrow, which is going to start with the winners final between Mafty Did Nothing Wrong versus IQ. Whoever wins that is going to go to the grand final. Whoever loses that is going to have to face the next winner between Last Second or the match that is currently okay.
There's so many.
There's a lot of stuff that has to happen. We still need to figure out who's going to be facing Last Second in the losers semifinal. Whoever wins that will be going against the loser of Mafty versus IQ in the losers final, which will then advance us to the grand final against whoever won the Mafty versus IQ. If you had a bracket in front of you, you'd be able to follow along on this one. I promise.
Yeah, and even if you don't, be sure to join the Discord. If you do !Discord in the chat, you can join the official Discord for this breakout series, where you will be able to see an alert as to who will be playing tomorrow. It's also a great place to find some other players and get a team. There's actually looking for team channel, and there's also now a whole different Scrim server, so you can find that in there as well. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on. But also, as we're talking about the Discord, I want to give a shout out to our sponsor, LandFest. And there is, of course, a donation. If you can see the donation button kind of in the bottom right of the stream, I think it's the best way to explain it. Or if you do ! Donation in chat, you can see they're a nonprofit. And if you want to support them, then there are very many easy ways to do so. Like I said, just click on that donation button. But thanks to them again for supporting us with a lot of the tech and manpower for this show.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a great day so far. We've seen a lot more Colony than we have previous. Again, very quick and easy. You can also find that as well. If you go to the Discord as well, you can also find the start.gg page for not just this event, but the entire Breakout Series event, where there was Celestial Assault, which was event number 1. We're currently in event number 2. There's a third event, and then Final Strike as a part of this entire series. So if you're a prospective player and you missed the mark, or maybe didn't even know that this series existed until now, you have time.
And here we can see just how things are playing out. Of course, we did just see Last Second take that win. Sotoras Esports and Portland Burnsiders, 2 teams that we are familiar with. Actually, our first match of the day, I think, right?
Yeah, this is the... Oh, no, yeah. It was Sotoras versus Deathsiders.
Oh, it was Deathsiders. They tricked me. They tricked me. How dare you all make teams so similar together? Dang it. But anyway, 2 teams that we've seen a lot from, I believe, even the very second tournament of the series. They're playing against each other to see who will be playing up against Last Second. And like you said earlier, Mafty and IQ both sitting undefeated in the winners finals. Neither of them losing a single game throughout the entire day, but one of them will eventually have to.
Yeah, and it's gonna be taking place tomorrow in the winners final. Thank you very much for tuning in and watching this show. We've had a blast. It's gonna be the 2 of us, me, Cameron Davis, that guy Wonder Chef, coming back tomorrow to wrap up this series, this whole event. We hope that you come and join with us. But for now, have a good night.